So we can't leave it.
Is that for your collection, Kathy? Was that on your collection that they were getting TLE?
I just requested the minutes from the meetings when it was written off.
Yeah, yeah.
And,
yesterday that we might not get a quorum, but I did want to call a meeting because along with the training, if we get time, we have some business to do as well. So, but we'll do a roll call, and if we don't get a roll call, we won't get enough for a quorum. We'll just go ahead and start the training.
Jordan Ron, Christopher Eaglebear,
Here.
Elizabeth Whitepipe, Stanley Woodenite, Michelle Traversy, here, Michael Lunderman, Fremont Ellis, Charles DeBray,
Here.
William Marshall,
Here.
Wayne Frederick, Emily Boyd, Tom, Martha Bluthunder, Sherry Wright Plank, Kathleen Woodenite, Lila Kilsensite, Raymond Crowell, Dara Ayat, Ben Blackbear,
Oh.
Dwight Scottico. 8 present.
We have 8 present, so we'll proceed with our training. If they have an agenda, I had a council agenda with basically the agenda says we have orientation and we're done. When we're done with that, we're gonna use resolutions, but I'm not sure how long it's gonna take or how long you think it was gonna take. If we need another day or if we need to continue into tomorrow, or we can decide that we need to do it.
Yeah,
Maybe.
as we go along.
Let's go along. Our presenters, Kathy, do you have a question?
Thank you, sir.
I don't know how the rest of you feel, and I feel bad that you guys worked hard to put your presentations together, but I really think that everyone should have been here, because when I made the motion, it was for all of us to attend this. So I don't know how the rest of you feel that are sitting here, if it's right that it's only us here, or if everyone should be here.
And I did let some of the council people know that I was gonna have an actual council meeting called to order, because I would encourage everybody to be here. I got a few that requested excuse. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that actually requested the excuse today, so hopefully they'll come in and then you can call them to order, but tell them that they want to proceed with the training. Okay, we have our presenters today, and I asked, like I said before, we talked about bringing people in to train the council and do some orientation with them on the Constitution, bylaws, some type of ethics training and treaties. So, in the Constitution, I guess the best ones to do it is people that already we have here in place that work for us, that are pretty much are very knowledgeable about these Constitution or whatever they're going to present on. And I really have a lot of faith in them to be able to do a good job today. So I think you're going to get a lot out of the training today. Go ahead, Kathy.
When you're saying that,
What I'd like to ask is, if this is all being recorded, what we're doing, I would like, because I have a lot of respect for the presenters, and I know they have a lot of knowledge and experience, so if they can do an introduction and tell us just a little bit about how long they've served, what their expertise area is, it's a matter of record.
Okay, that'd be a good idea.
Thank you.
This is for Lori's. Put the agendas in there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, she had a background.
She's out there, I just seen her walk by. There she is.
We'll go ahead and have our presenters stand and introduce themselves and what they're gonna be presenting today, and at least we know what kind of order we're gonna go into. So the Rosebud Tribal Council orientation, I think that they have a agenda attached to that, so we'll go ahead and go off their agenda till we get a quorum, and then we'll call into a simple session. But we can, as far as their agenda, they wanted to start with a prayer, so we'll ask Linda, can you start us off with a prayer so we can get started in a good way?
Blessed Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for this beautiful day that you have given to us. Thankful to rise to the light of another day. Father, you know what this day holds for us, and you know about this training session, sharing of knowledge that we have gained over the years, and thankful for the wisdom and guidance that you give to us every day, not only in the workplace but at home. And Father, we just pray that you would help our council. They need your help, they need your leadership, they need your guidance. Father, they need your discernment. And Father, we pray that you would remember our tribal employees, our directors, and all those who work under them. Father, you know the responsibilities that they have, and so we ask that you would give them each one the help that they need this day. And Father, we pray that you would remember our tribal membership, who are living throughout the world. You know them each one by name, and we are so thankful for that. You know the very number of hairs on their head, and Lord, you know everything about them. Each and every one, there's not a one that you don't know about. And so, Father, we place them each one in your hands. We ask that you would give them the help that they need this day. Some are struggling, and we pray for special help for them. And now, Lord, we just ask that you would just settle down upon us and give us calmness, give us a spirit of a cooperation, spirit of a good spirit, Lord, so that we could learn from one another, that we might do good works for our tribe, for those that are at home and depend on us, Father. We pray that you would just give us the help that we need this day. For this we ask in Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Linda. We'll have the presenters introduce themselves, and they'll talk about their portion of the training today. So we'll start with over here, Phil.
Muchas viva, Phil Fuego. I think most of you might know me, some are related to me. I'm the executive director of the Sioux Treaty Council.
Rose, go ahead.
Honeywell State Council, thank you all for taking the time to come to this orientation this morning. And like President Herman said, we did put a lot of work into preparing this presentation for you. And hopefully, I know some of you have been on the council before, and you do know a lot of what we're going to talk about today, but it's like a refreshing to your memory. And the new ones, it's a lot to learn, but it's pretty easy if you put your mind to it. And they're the laws that govern our tribe and govern our government. And I was on my name is Rose Cordier, I'm sure you guys know, but I'm the business manager here now, but I was on the 4-year term. And so a lot of these ordinances and resolutions that have the 1986, I was on the governmental affairs that created those laws. A lot of amendments have been made over the years though, and we'll go through those. I served as the vice president, I think in 1999 or so, or someplace back then. But I think I learned a lot, and I enjoy reading these laws and keeping on top of things with our government, because it affects all of us. It affects our day-to-day lives, it affects our families. And so it's something that's good to know, not only for council people, but for the public in general. Sometimes you hear people say, gee, why did they do that? But then you look at a law and then you say, oh, that's why they did it, okay. You know, it's just good understanding to have. So thank you so much for taking the time to come.
Watching in snowy Machapi. My name is Linda Marshall, White Mouse Marshall, and I'm originally from Corn Creek. And I started working for the tribe in 1980, and before that I was working for the Corps of Engineers. Then we moved here, and I've been working for the tribe ever since, and it's been quite a number of years here and there. Like when I lost my brother and when I lost my mom, then I didn't work there for a few years. But I worked in many departments here. The one I started in was in the planning department, and so that's, now they call it SRD, and they're the grant writers of the tribe. And I worked for the law enforcement briefly, and all the jobs that I had have been very interesting to me, and I learned a lot from them. I worked in the secretary's office for many years, and like like all the tribal employees, when you work in a department for many years, then you get to know all the ins and outs. You get to learn everything about your program, and so that's how I learned. And then I live here in Rosebud community, and I became involved in the community meetings and that, and became a secretary for the community. And where I started really getting into learning was with Frank LaPointe. And he is a very knowledgeable man. And under his leadership in the Governmental Affairs Committee back in that 4-year term, that's when they developed a lot of these ordinances like the election code, the personnel manual, all these major ordinances that we use every day. Those all happened during that time. As a matter of fact, Rose was on that committee, and I think Jerry was secretary at that time. But anyway, I did serve, and I had the privilege of serving on the Treaty Council. And I think at that time I think I was the first woman that was put on there by resolution. And over the years, it came to pass that eventually I was tribal secretary, and I made one trip during all the years that I served as tribal secretary. I made one trip, and that was to Washington, D.C., and I saw the original 1868 treaty. And for me, that was really a privilege and an honor. And you know, because I don't really like to travel, but I saw the original document, and I saw the original handwriting of the men who signed that treaty. And you know, that treaty, you know, Phil's going to be talking about. And I thought it was important that we start off this training session, actually a sharing of knowledge. I thought it was important because this is the basis of us as a people. Once we quit being a nomadic people and we had to be in, you know, like a reservation, that treaty is what we stand on. And let's see. So I served on the Treaty Council, and other areas that I had the privilege of being on and learning was the election board. I served on there several terms, and that's really a challenging position because it's forever evolving. Every election, you never know what's going to happen, what's going to come up. And so as a board, you have to deal with it right then and there. When you find that it's not addressed in the ordinance, you have to come up with a way to resolve that situation. So you really have to be on the ball to be on that board, because back in the day when and we served different times, like we were on there whenever we had the districts. And the districts, we had like 11 districts, and so like Hedog and Upper Cupmeat, they were one district. And Black Pipe and I think it was Parmalee. Anyway, all the different communities were, there was like 2 communities per district. But what we had going on at one of the districts was this candidate. Bless his heart, and may he rest in peace. But he, our election committees that were out there at the polls, they called in, and they were kind of shook up because this candidate came in asking them to tell him who all voted already, so that he could go out there and get more people to the polls. Except he also had a gun. And so they called in, and they told him, no, we can't provide that information to you. And so, you know, they had their, you know, and he ended up leaving peacefully. But we had that situation, so we had to address that. And different things, like in the ordinance, it says that if somebody is there and doesn't want to leave the premises and is not a poll watcher, they can't loiter. Well, this couple, one was on the board and the other one did not want to stay home. So came to the polls and insisted on sitting there. And told her to leave, that she can't be there, but she still would not leave, so they called, what shall we do? So I said, well, tell her that if she does not leave, then we're gonna have to report her to the police department. We'll have to press charges on her. And so she ended up leaving. But when you serve on the election board, you just never know what you're gonna be called to deal with. And so you have to be ready to, first of all, you have to study your election code, know it by heart practically, and be ready to answer any, respond to any situation. But to serve on these committees is a good thing. And I wish that more of our people, regardless of age, whether they're young or old, I wish that there was more people who would take a real interest in becoming active in our tribal government and apply for these positions on the council, committees that come open, the at-large positions, because they could sure learn a lot and they can contribute a lot. Out there, they're sitting out there listening, seeing, watching everything that they do, and they have their opinions and they have their knowledge. So I wish that they would be willing to step forward and come and serve on a board. We have the same, not to discourage them, but we usually just have the same people applying. And so I wish that would expand. We have Cynthia Gleska University here. We have people that go there to receive an education. And so I wish that those people would come and apply for these positions like our Tribal Utility Commission. All these bodies have a very important responsibility and they're supposed to be out there working on behalf of the tribe. The Utility Commission, it deals with our lights, our electricity, with our heating source, propane companies and so forth. And here I am, I'm getting carried away. But I also want to thank you for the privilege of being part of this. And because, this is something that I'm really interested in and really passionate about. And I like to, if somebody comes and talks to me and they ask me a question, I like to share what I learned, because then they're going to carry it on. I'm going to be gone, but whoever I had the privilege of visiting with and talking with about these things, they're going to remember and they'll be passing it on. And that's our oral history and action. And so, then this is going to go on into future generations. And that is really good, because our Constitution itself says that we're supposed to think ahead 7 generations. So I served on many other committees, but anyway, here I am, and thank you for the privilege of being here.
Also, when Linda was,
I'm sorry about that.
Well, since
Linda, I set myself up.
when we was going through those constitutional amendments and stuff like that, Linda was very active in trying to explain a lot of the conflicting amendments that were and how we're supposed to be able to correct those problems. But right now I kind of use her as a resource, because if I have a question in the Constitution I don't understand, because there's so many conflicting things in there right now, I go to her and she usually tries to explain it the best she can. So I really count on her to kind of define things that are on the Constitution for me. So I thank you for that, Linda. Thank you. Go, Jerry.
Okay, hi. Good morning, everybody. Since Linda took up most of my allotted time, I'll make mine short and sweet. My name is Jerry Nightpipe. For those that don't know me, I come from the Little Money Prue Nightpipe Teoshpath. And actually my hometown is Oak Creek, but I've lived in Mission for not many years now. And I went to school at St. Ed with Scott, and while he went on to get his bachelor's, I only got my associates in secretarial science with business administration. But I started working here in the 80s, the latter part of the 4-year term. And I was glad I was part of that, because that's when all these, like Rose said, all these laws were developed, drafted, and, you know, they promulgated these laws, and I got to be a part of that. And I worked with Linda in the Secretary's office. And I also served on that election board that she was talking about. And as a chair, there was a dispute in one of the polling places, and there was her, Ron Neese, Charlie Arkhorn, and Audrey Cordry. So she sent me and Charlie out there because one of the judges walked off, and so she said, get out there. So I had my IROC Camaro, so I got in there and I just broke speed limits going, and Charlie Pop was sitting there hanging on. He said, do we have to go so fast? I said, yeah, so we could get there. But yeah, that was a learning experience. But serving as a tribal secretary, I was elected 9 times. And so I learned a lot, and worked with a lot of committees before. I was a committee secretary under Sharon Burnett. And then I then became tribal secretary. And so I learned a lot, and that's what I'm going to go through, because listening to some of these meetings, I know, you know, that ordinances are being followed, and a lot of people, because they don't know, you know. So I'm thankful and to be here, and I thank you guys for allowing us to do this presentation.
Thank you, Jerry.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lori Walkeneagle. It's an honor to have been asked to be a participant or to participate in this orientation. So I want to thank Kathy for seeking the input of tribal members, because we too have the knowledge and the expertise. And as for the president, Herman, believing and coming from a strength-based perspective that we have our own here. White is not always right. As I stated, my name is Lori Walkeneagle. I do have a master's in social work from the University of Denver, their advanced program. My undergrad degree is a Bachelor of Comprehensive Science in Social Work with a minor in psychology. I served as the chairwoman of the Ethics Commission. I served on the Grievance Committee. I was a delegate for Hillary Clinton, and I was also a member of the Lakota Women for Change, who started the process in getting the constitutional changes. And the purpose for me doing that back in 2006 is because at the time, the intent of the Lakota Women for Change was to let the electorate of the Constitution, or the people, know that the government belongs to them. That was my purpose for getting involved, was to empower the people of the tribe. And as you 20 members sit here in the 5 administrators, you guys represent the people. And that was my purpose for being involved in the Lakota Women for Change. With that being said, it's an honor to be here amongst the esteemed colleagues. You should hear our conversations when we're in the meeting. Oh, I just love learning and giving my opinion. But I do believe we'll have Philman Tweagle start. I don't know if you guys want to sit up here or if you guys want to sit on the side and then come up and present. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. We'll go ahead and start out with the treaties. If we need more time, it looks like we're going to run into the next day, we'll make that decision then. I know a treaty likes to have a lot of information, he likes to talk, so it looks like they have their agenda set up to where they have a certain amount of time to present, and then they answer questions. So is that the way you guys want to proceed with this? Is have let them do their presentation and then ask questions after that?
Yes.
Is that how you guys want to happen?
Yes, but if you have questions during the presentation, feel free to ask it.
Okay, all righty. Okay, Phil, if you're ready, we'll get started.
10 minutes or?
Set your timer.
I got my timer. I'm gonna sit before you, so once again, I want to thank you for this opportunity. I think many times I try to be there for you to provide the information because you're the decision makers. I try to have if I don't know it, I will find out, you know. So I want to remind us of a time. It's not just about treaties. You have to think further back than the treaties of something that happened to us over the 500 years or more. Across, you think about it, in Europe, there's a man in a white robe. Before the Europeans came to our country, there was a man in a white robe that issued something called the Papal Bulls, and he somehow he started this process of what we're going through today, and I'll cover those things. It's very important for you to know, because when you go to Washington D.C., if you're going to testify before the Senate Select Committee on Indian Affairs on any subject, I want to make sure you have all the information that you need to recite the treaties, recite anything that you need to help the tribe be stronger on the inherent rights, and then the treaty rights, and tribal sovereignty. Those are all separate, to me, separate rights that you really need to know. So I'm going to start in with, they said the Zoom presentation wasn't working, so I had to make copies for you. And I'm only going to be able to go through part of this, but I included as much as I could in the presentation, so later on you'll be able to go back and to read into this, and it'll help, generate more thoughts for you, more interest, more curiosity about what your rights are. So I'll go as fast as I can and hopefully get to some main points. I won't be able to cover everything, so I'll be moving pretty fast, so I hope you could keep up with me. This first map here on page 2, on page 1 is a map of the bison according to William Hornady in 1889. The red area, it shows where all the bison were at one time, and that's ironic because in the next map, on the next page, page 2, you'll see that this is a map that I'm working on, and I'm calling it the ancestral homelands of the Oceti, Sakoi, Oyate. Those are the places that our people have been and have lived, anywhere from the Carolinas to the Great Lakes to Canada to the Grand Tetons and the Rocky Mountains, and possibly the Kansas Plains, where there was a battle between the Lakota and most likely it was our tribe, because we have several names. They called us Chocantjoela is the name that they called us when we were in the Great Lakes area, Minnesota. It has to do with blue in the center. Blue, and I believe that the first chief, or the chief back then, was Blue Earth, Makhatjo. And from there, that's when our people started branching into the 7 council fires. We're actually one of the youngest of the old council fire. So I'm still working on this. This map is really important to us in the future, because if we ever find ourselves in Supreme Court, this is already out. I put it out, and if the federal judge wants to Google the Oceti Sakoi ancestral homelands, this will show up, and he'll understand where we come from. I want to talk about some call it the doctrine of discovery. I call it the doctrine of domination. And in simple language, English language, I I could say that the Pope issued papal bulls and instructed Europeans to come to this new world, this country, our country, what we refer to as Turtle Island. He instructed the Europeans to come over here to kill us, to enslave us, and to take our possessions, and that's the land that we're talking about, and to Christianize us. So, and they've done that. They've done everything that they said they were going to do in those in those papal bulls. The Oceti Sakowin 7 council fires of the Great Sioux Nation, inclusive of the Lakota, Nakota, and Dakota, long predates the conception and construction of America and the United States. The existence of the Oceti Sakowin Oyate and our spiritual way of life extends from the beginning of time. You have to remember that statement, because everything is based on our existence, and our creation stories are very powerful. We need to learn those and to use those in anything that we do with nation to nation relationship with the United States and other countries. Western European ideas acknowledge the thousands of years existence of the Oceti Sakowin. Our ancestors lived an existence free and independent of any political and legal claims of a right of domination asserted by the monarchies of Christendom and the basis of the papal bulls of the 15th century, and carried forward by governments of the United States and Canada. In Dom Diversas of 1452, Pope Nicholas V exhorted King Alfonso of Portugal to go to the western coast of Africa, invade, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, pagans, and other enemies of Christ, reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and take away all their possessions and property. In 1493, Pope Alexander VI issued several papal documents reaffirming Christendom's claim of right of domination against non-Christian nations and peoples, including the New World, and calling for the propagation of the Christian empire and for the barbarous and non-Christian nations to be reduced. In 1496, King Henry VII of England issued a royal commission to John Cabot and his sons using the domination language and the papal bulls, authorizing the Cabots to seek out, discover, find whatsoever isles, countries, and provinces of the heathens and infidels that before this time have been unknown to all Christian people in the New World. In 1823, the United States Supreme Court, under the leadership of Chief John Justice Marshall, issued a unanimous decision in the case Johnson versus McIntosh, affirming the United States a right to take possession, notwithstanding the occupancy of the natives who were heathens, and at the same time admitting the prior title of any Christian people who may have made previous discovery. So in simple terms, what the Johnson versus McIntosh means is that what they're saying is that indigenous people may not own land. They can only occupy it, is what they're saying. The United States government continues to use the doctrine of Christian discovery and domination against the Oceti Sakowin to this day, a doctrine which is the basis of federal Indian law. So as you can see, what the Pope did in this doctrine, it translates into federal Indian policy today. So that's important to know. The Holy See of the Catholic Church has never publicly acknowledged the role of its documents of domination and dehumanization against non-Christian nations and peoples. Most recently, I think it was last year, the Vatican issued a statement repudiating the doctrine of discovery. But that doesn't mean that they acknowledge it, the wrongs that they've done. It's just that it's not a revocation. What we're after is for the Pope to revoke the papal bulls, to abolish it, destroy it, burn it up. So the Fort Laramie treaties, there's a map here I want you to think about, and on the left side is the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty. This is going to be interesting. That straight line that goes down and cuts off the original description of the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty is important, because originally our treaty territory extends from the the Missouri River and goes all the way around and returns back to the Missouri River. That's called the Royce line. There's a man by the name of Royce, last name was Royce, that made these maps. But also remember that these maps were not made during the treaty signings. So these came afterwards. So that's why it's important for us to build our own maps, to make our own maps, to show the United States government, tell them, no, this is our interpretation of the treaties as we understand it. So later on, that's going to be very important. I want to talk about these 7 laws that guide us. There's more than that. These are laws. You have 12 of them on the wall over here. Those go along with, you know, our forefathers, our grandfathers, when they went to Fort Laramie and the treaties were signed, they sealed it with the pipe, with the smoking of the pipe. And the pipe is you know, our main, you know, important way of life for the Lakota people. And these laws are connected to the pipe. Some call them values, some call them principles or qualities, but I call them laws. And the reason why is that when you call them values and principles, nobody gets takes them serious. So if you call them wopche, then people have to start using those, especially in your leadership position. What Chantoganaka is it says to put in your heart the generosity to carry the welfare of the people, and Wonshila is to have pity and compassion for all things that move. Wayonia is to honor and respect your fellow man. I forgot to mention that the other presenters here, they're unchis, they're your grandmas, that they've been here for a long time, so they deserve that Lakota respect. And I just realized that we have some relatives here on the council that are younger than me, so I'm your elder too. So I mean, that's the inherent powers that you have, instead of the, you know, the policies that you have. You have natural Lakota human, you know, teachings that you use, and those are real important. Woachinchunka is tolerance. Wachwala is we strive to live in Wachwala, is to seek humility and bravery, and all of these will take you to wisdom. I just wanted, going forward, picking a few of the articles of the 1851 treaty. It's important to remember some of these, all of these, but I don't have a photographic memory like some of you do, but I'd like to put things on paper just to keep me on track. Article 1 is the purpose of this treaty was the 1851 treaty was to create peace. There was war. The immigrants were coming across the plains to the Bozeman Trail, and they were being attacked by our ancestors, our chiefs, our warriors, and the United States was getting a lot of pressure to do something, and they had to make peace. It was costing them a lot of money, the United States government, so they had to make peace. Article 2 says that the United States government has the right to build roads and military posts in our territories. That's going to be important to remember, because that's how you see the U.S. federal highways coming through. You have utility lines coming through. Those are kind of like directed at the treaty rights. The United States made treaties with us because they want something. They always want something, but when the treaty was signed, they never honored it. So that's where the Treaty Council comes in. That's where the Treaty Office comes in, and we will be there to help remind them of that. And the things that we do, we have conferences, we have meetings. I want you to think about that, why the treaty office does what it does. And that's to educate all of us, not just the Sichahu. Remember, we're part of the Ocheti Shakoi, and the Chanupa, the pipe, represents unity, to bring people together, to bring our leaders together, and to work together, because separately, we're very weak. If we just act alone, it's not right. We're leaving our relatives behind. I'm reminded of what my Unchi used to say. She said, "Hakoja ima haktayo." And that means, grandson, look back for me, always remember me. And that's a motto that I live by, and you should too, because that's very important, because you don't want to leave nobody behind in what you're doing. Article 5 of the 1851 treaty sets out the boundaries of the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty, and it reads, the territory of the Sioux commencing the mouth of the White Earth River on the Missouri River, thence in a southwesterly direction to the forks of the Platte River, thence up the north fork of the Platte River to the point known as Red Butte, and where the road leaves the river, thence along the range of mountains known as Black Hills to the headwaters of the Heart River, thence down the Heart River, its mouth, and thence down to the Missouri to the place of beginning. It means from the Missouri River all the way around back to the Missouri River. So you see, that's the corner of the 1851 Fort Laramie Treaty that we lost in a treaty of 1870, I think. It was given to those southern tribes you see towards the south, or I think the Ponca and Winnebago, Ho-Chunk. They're actually in our treaty land. They gave those to them. There was some chiefs that signed a treaty, and something to remember is always three-quarter consent of the male population always have to approve of any changes to the treaty, but they've never made any new treaties since 1868. So Article 6 is where the Treaty Council stands on of the 1851 treaty, and I'm glad we have a Treaty Council because it's doing good work. It's bringing the people together, and some of that work is going to result in good things. Article 6 states that the parties to the second part of this treaty, having selected principals or head chiefs for their respective nations, through whom all national business will hereafter be conducted, do hereby bind themselves to sustain said chiefs and their successors during good behavior. So the United States promises to work with the chiefs and successors. That's why you have me working with USDA Forest Service on bringing the co-stewardship opportunity to manage the Pactola Visitor Center. This is where the Treaty Councils play a role in this. And I thank you for having a treaty office and a Treaty Council. You're living up to the treaty. I just want to make sure a treaty, the Fort Laramie treaties, is a two-way agreement, right? It's a nation-to-nation agreement, and it's only foreign governments make treaties with the United States. So therefore, treaties are an international instrument that the United States use, and by that very act acknowledges our inherent sovereignty. They acknowledge our power, our authority on this territory. That's why it's important. And I just wanted to include some of the people that showed up for the Treaty Commission in 1868, and these are names that you could identify as Lieutenant George William T. Sherman, General William S. Harney, General Alfred H. Terry, General Augur J.B. Henderson, Nathaniel Taylor, John Sanborn, Samuel Tappan, and those were the commissioners of the treaty negotiations. But let me say something about that. There really was no treaty negotiation. The white man came to Fort Laramie with a pre-written treaty, and they said that we negotiated that treaty, which is not true. They came with that. It was pre-written. But what's important in this is that our forefathers, our chiefs, our grandfathers, the way they understood the treaties is really important. That's why we have to hold on to the Lakota language. If we go into a Supreme Court or anything like that, the way we understand it is going to weigh heavily. That's why we need your help to increase efforts for Lakota language, history, and culture in all levels of tribal government and education. We need to require St. Francis Indian School to have Lakota language, make it a requirement for history and culture, because that's our core source of sovereignty, of who we are. That is our identity. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. The bad man clause is this Article 1. If bad men among the whites or among other people subject to authority of the United States shall commit any wrong upon a person or property of Indians, the United States, you need to let the United States know. From time to time, I always wondered why we didn't use the bad man clause when non-Lakota is violating our laws here on the reservation. Load them up and take them to the reservation line, drop them off, tell them don't come back. You have that authority. You have that comes directly from the treaty, and something that you're going to need to think about is the bad man clause also applies to our own people. We have drug dealers and murderers that if you wanted to ban them from the reservation, you can do that, and with the federal government's help. So that's something you have that you probably never used, and just something to think about. In Article 2 of 1868, it says that the treaties are set apart for the absolute and undisturbed use and occupation of the Indians herein. And I just wanted to highlight a few things in there. And that's a very powerful statement that they are ignoring. They don't want to, they don't want to abide by the treaties that they signed. And any time we draft comments for tribal consultation, the tribal government can submit its own comments. They usually do, but the Treaty Council also submits comments based on the treaty rights, and we've done that a few times. People always say health is a treaty right. I'm on page 8. Just small words refer to health. It's not extensive, but it's in the treaty, so we can, you got to remember, you can interpret this for our benefit, the way our ancestors understood it, our forefathers, our chiefs, how they understood it. They wanted probably, the treaty just says that they would promise to bring a physician to the tribes, and but that from there on, there's nothing else in the treaty. And then I think one of the very first legislations that the United States Congress enacted was the Schneider Act. I think that's the very first legislation. But later on, I wanted to talk about something here about what happened in 1871. There's a little Article 7 mentions education. All it says is they're going to provide a teacher and to furnish a teacher and a house, just like that. Article 11 states, mentions that the tribes who are parties to this agreement hereby stipulate that they will relinquish all rights to occupy permanently the territory outside the reservations are as herein defined, but yet reserve the right to hunt on Indian lands north of North Platte and the Republican Fork of the Smoky Hill River, as long as the buffalo may range thereon in such numbers as to justify the chase. They say that they took our hunting rights away, and I don't believe that, and there's a reason for that, and I'll get to that. Here's Article 13. The United States hereby agrees to furnish annually to the Indians physician and teachers, carpenters, millers. I think we can still use that treaty, What's good is the Rosebud, the Sioux won a case against Indian Health Service, and that we can stand on that. Article 16 stipulates that and agrees that no white person or persons shall be permitted to settle upon or occupy any portion of the same without the consent of the Indians. So we've been, we have, the treaty is totally ignored. We have even foreign companies coming into the Black Hills with mining and things like that. So we really need to do more. If the treaty office, if we had our own attorney, and we do, we have an attorney, but he's pro bono, that he helps us. And a lot of this information, it comes from him, with his help. I'm not an attorney, but I'm working with the attorney. So, but this attorney, what he tells me is never trust an attorney. So, no, because one reason, all attorneys take an oath to the U.S. Constitution. That's why. Every single attorney took an oath to the U.S. Constitution. So when it comes to treaty rights, treaties are international law. So that's a little bit of a dilemma there. So just something to think about. Never trust an attorney, any attorney. The purpose of the Sioux-Lakota Treaty Council is to protect the future generations from colonial rule and occupation of the Milahanska, the United States, which has subjected the Oyate of the Confederated Oceti Shakone 7 Council Fires, or as they call us, the Great Sioux Nation, to genocide, cultural genocide, ethnic cleansing, forced assimilation, theft of our territory, lands, natural resources, and waters, and other extreme crimes against humanity that threaten to the survival of the Oshpaye. Something that I often talk about is inherent rights. Inherent rights is existing in something as a permanent, essential, or characteristic attribute. The United States clarified that tribal nations possess inherent power over the internal affairs and civil authority over non-members within tribal lands to the extent necessary to protect health, welfare, economic interests, or political integrity of the tribal nation. Native peoples and governments have inherent rights and political relationship with the U.S. government that does not derive from race or ethnicity. Tribal members are citizens of 3 sovereigns: their tribe, the U.S., and the state in which they reside. Tribal sovereignty is the inherent right or power of tribes to self-govern within the borders of the U.S. with certain established federal limitations. The Constitution and federal laws grant to tribal nations more sovereignty than is granted to states or other local jurisdictions. And inherent sovereignty, to expand it more, means what we have been doing for thousands, millions of years. That is the language, the history, and the culture, and the territory that we live in. That to me is very important. We're starting to wind down. Here's some of our goals for the Treaty Council is to Renew the sacred relationship of the Oyate to empower our people to fulfill our obligations to care for and protect Unchimaka and all our relatives that reside upon her. To unite our strength as confederate nations of the Ocheti Shakoi in the spirit of Wolakota to maintain peace and security within our Tiwaye, Tioshpaye, Oshpaye, and Oyate, and to preserve and fully restore the inherent sovereignty and the power of the Chanupa and the sacred institutions and ways of the Oshpaye and Oyate for dignity, health, and well-being of all our people. The Ocheti Shakui are the Bedewa Kanthuan, the Wachbethuan, the Wachbekute, the Sisithuan, the Hanthuan, the Ihanthuana, and the Tithuan. That's us, the Tithuan, which through Wolakota as a confederation of Oyate make up the Ocheti Shakui Oyate. The Tithuan Oyate is further composed of the 7 council fires, the Hunkpapa, the Ichazipcho, the Manikanju, the Ogalala, the Ohenupa, the Shichangu, and the Sihasapa. I'm going to move over to the article, slide 29, page 15. The Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of the States, Article 1, signed by the United States on December 26, 1933, and ratified by Congress on July 13, 1934, as part of the Supreme Law of the United States on Article 6, Clause 2 of the Constitution, 1788, regarding the definition of a nation state. And according to declarative theory of statehood under Washichu international law, recognition by other sovereign states is not a requirement for the existence of a sovereign state. As acknowledged by colonial powers' own High Court, the United States Supreme Court, the Ocheti Shakoi Oyate existed as a fully separate, sovereign, and independent and equal nation before the Declaration of 1776 that founded the colonial power of the United States of America. The Mila Huska, I'm on slide 31. Mila Huska is an empire, successor, imperial, and colonial state, successor to the unlawful colonial invasions, occupations, and rule of England, France, Spain, and Russia over hundreds of sovereign First Nations of Keawita, and the unlawful colonizer, occupier, and the ruler itself of those and other First Nations. The Ocheti Shakoi existed as a fully separate, sovereign, and independent and equal nation before and after the Louisiana Purchase of 1803, by which the Mila Huska purchased from the nation of France its interest in territory encompassing the territory and lands of the Oyate. No one's been talking about the Louisiana Purchase, just us. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803 brought into the United States about 882,000 square miles of territory from France, thereby doubling the size of the young republic, what was known at the time as the Louisiana Territory, stretched from the Mississippi River in the east to the Rocky Mountains in the west, and from the Gulf of Mexico in the south and the Canadian border in the north. Part of all the 15 states were eventually created from the land deal, which is considered one of the most important achievements of Thomas Jefferson's presidency. France did not own, had not settled, and did not possess the territories or lands of the Oyate, and therefore even under the laws of the Washichu could not and did not sell to Mila Huska something it did not own. The failure of the Louisiana Purchase to transfer to Mila Huska the territory and lands of the Oyate was subsequently acknowledged formally by the United States by its act of entering into the Fort Laramie Treaties of 1851 and 1868 with the Oyate over the same territory and lands. Then I want to end with the 3 fundamental doctrines of federal Indian law that are legal fictions carved out of thin air by the United States Supreme Court, the High Court of the Imperial Colonial Power, beginning with the Marshall Trilogies, is the Johnson versus McIntosh, Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, and Worcester versus Georgia. The 3 fundamental doctrines of federal law, Indian law, are legal and factual fictions created to provide a legal facade for the unlawful invasion, taking and ethnic cleansing of the territories and lands and resources of sovereign First Nations and their peoples by Mila Huska, the Long Knives, and its settler colonialists, and as a legal facade for the imperial and colonial rule and forced assimilation by Mila Huska of the surviving First Nations and their peoples, all in gross violations of the Washicha's own international law. I'm going to end right there, and thank you for listening, and if you have any questions. How much time do I have, Rose? We're good? There's more. There's more and more and more and more. And
Thank you, Phil, for all this whole packet here. It's very informational. If you get a chance to read through all of it, that'd be very helpful for a lot of things that we deal with. So, Kathy, do you have?
I just wanted to thank you, Phil. It was very informational. Some stuff that I learned years ago at St. Igleshka from Albert Whitehat, from some of him and Victor DeVille's classes. And it's good to have a reminder of a lot of our rights, our treaty rights. When I first was elected into tribal council, the first question a person asked me is, do you know your treaty rights? And I didn't. And she said, it's important for you to be walking into that position to know your treaty rights, because the treaty rights is very important to what you do and the decisions you make sitting at that table. And so it's really good. I think everyone should be knowledgeable, because we stand on a lot of this in these positions. And so I just wanted to share that with everyone and with you, and to thank you for what you're doing. I was here when we selected you to do this job you're doing, and you're doing a good job, and it's good to see this. You mentioned the bad man clause, and it seems like back in the day that we did use the bad man clause, and it is something that had been talked about before I termed out. And so I don't know how much my colleagues know about everything that you've talked about, but to read this and to learn more would be very beneficial for all of us. Thank you.
I think there's 2 or 3 instances where the bad man clause was used. One was Elk versus United States, where a Army recruiter went to Pine Ridge and did something to one of their tribal members, and they sued the U.S. government, and they won their case.
And we did utilize the bad man clause when I first got on tribal council to remove a non-tribal member that was mistreating and causing us to lose some of the specialty services at IHS. She was told she would be escorted to the reservation boundaries and removed.
One closing legislation that makes everything illegal for the United States government is 1871, the U.S. House of Representatives slid in a rider at the last minute that ended treaty making for tribes across the United States. With that legislation, what I learned is that you cannot change a treaty unless you sign a new treaty. So every act of Congress after 1871 has been illegal. We consider those legalizing illegal. Every act, anything that any act that Congress passed after 1871 is illegal to us, every single one.
Phil, we have Lori that had a question or comment.
I just had a comment that when I was the youth and family specialist for the meth initiative, we used the bad man clause for a drug dealer out in Corn Creek, and he was removed from the reservation. That was back in 2016, 2017.
Emily, do you have a comment?
No, I have a question or a comment, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Phil, for being here and for this presentation. I have so much notes written down, so I'll definitely be following up with you later. I don't want to take up too much time for our training here today, but I just wanted to make a few comments where I feel like it could help us maybe with our big visioning thinking moving forward. But I just want to thank you for the work that you do. I think sometimes it might go unnoticed or maybe not even see the value in it, but from someone who can see the value in it, I really appreciate that. Especially that map that you showed. I mean, that's really important. I don't think many people realize how visual people we are, but also like how problematic maps can be, especially when they're not made from our perspective and with our history and our knowledge. So I just want to thank you for that also. I'll be following up with more questions there, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I really feel that this could be valuable first steps and foundation building for what we need as a tribe to get back our identity, to find that history, to find that link to our language. But my biggest goal here is not only can we find that link to our past, but what does that mean and how can we evolve and adapt for our future? And so I really thank you for taking these first steps that are needed, because there's no way to look to the future without bringing that past forward and adapting and evolving that. So I just want to thank you for that also. And I also want to mention that there's lots of possibility, I think, because of the foundation work that you are doing to build on, to do things that, again, may be out of the box or may not be something that we're ready for, but some of our neighbors up to the north in Canada have been doing great work where they're taking their oral histories that can go back to 1,000 or years or more, and using modern sciences and modern technologies to quote unquote prove that. And what they're finding is that's a way to win legal battles, specifically around land and land back and things like that. And so not only is so important for us to know that information and for us to have that for our Lakota identity, but also I see some legal strengths to the work that we're doing that could help us move forward in those initiatives. So thank you.
Let me add something to that. I was baffled when somebody asked me, what does treaty have to do with climate and land? Because I'm trying to build a climate center, right? And that climate center is about the land. It's about the treaty boundaries. What is above ground on treaty land? The climate. And that's what I'm building. I'm building scientific evidence that we can use in the future. We need to know where all the mining claims are at. What impacts are they having on us? We'll be able to measure the impacts with this system that we're building. We're going to put sensors in the water and monitor our water. We have to ask somebody, why are we having so much cancer in our reservation here? Young people have passed away, took the journey because of cancer. It baffles me why nobody is looking for that information, that we need to do our own studies. And the other thing is the importance of codifying our own laws. Let's not copy the Washichu laws. We need to codify our own laws drafted from us. Those are powerful.
What, Emily?
And I'm sorry, I know it's going to be short, but that just made me think about one more thing that I just want to mention again is the importance of our language, or just language in general. And I think we're at this shift, in the whole world, but specifically here, about being meaningful and mindful about the language and the words that we use, and also making sure that we are sharing our definitions of the language and words that we use. And I really appreciate seeing Lakota in here, and the reason, there's many reasons, but one of the reasons why I'm bringing it up now is, sometimes we refer to ourselves as a community or a tribe, but really we are a nation. And so when we're looking at this dominant world, or the dominant society, or outside, our reservation, it's important that we use words like nation. Or if we're going to use a word like community, maybe use Oshpaye or something that we have defined from our knowledge in our state. So again, just a thank you and a comment.
Good morning, and I apologize for speaking from you guys as well. Going off of Emily, yeah. Going off of what Emily said, to truly go forward and I guess land back and all those real big futuristic picture things, that would be beyond just a Sichanga thing. It'd have to be a whole valiant effort as the entire Lakota nation, correct? So you'd have to work hand in hand with each other tribe and really get away from this a selfish identity of divide and conquer to truly do stuff like that. So I feel like maybe in the future, we could probably have meetings with like other council to like go forward and stuff like this, if they're already not in the works.
We've done that before, we've had meetings with joint meetings with other council people, actually, so we try to do that when we can. Ben?
Good morning, everybody. I just want to, again, thank you for being here and giving us this information. But I do believe that our younger generation do need this information. I mean, here we are now when receiving a lot of this information, but we still got to move forward. And a lot of our younger generation now in this day and age don't know anything about culture and treaties and the language, things to that effect. So we do need to make sure we put it out there. So I am hoping that in the future here we can have something like that in the communities of classes, treaty classes for the community, for our younger kids. I know you want to get into the schools. St. Francis School is one of the major places that we should probably get involved in, because it is one of our schools. So, but again, right now with some of the younger generation that are watching out there, especially some of the college kids, they're getting that information out there that are saying, well, we have somebody else who's not from here that learned our language, our culture, and is telling them how you guys should be, and so it's kind of I guess embarrassing, frustrating. I feel kind of like for me, now that we have this opportunity to teach our younger generation, it's very frustrating for me to see that somebody else that's coming out not from our reservation knows what we are doing and how we are, and then comes in and tells us how to do our culture, how to it's really frustrating. So I'm like, geez, where did you come from? I watched this show on TV where they're up in Alaska, and I said, you look at them and they're saying, yeah, I came in here, I'm doing what I can to survive up here. And they grew up in New York City, or they grew up in California. They didn't grow up there, but yet they want to live that. So we have a lot of them here. And I believe, like our younger generation, we owe that to them to say, this is where you're at. Again, a lot of people say you should move off the reservation to make a better life and stuff. I said, well, our reservation is where we were put, and we should make that a better life. We should have our younger generation. So I do see that us helping to make sure that our treaties and a lot of our knowledge of our culture is spread back to our younger generation. Because again, here we're not going to be here forever. We're losing people almost every day. I know there was a record, I think, of 400 deaths this past year, and it's rising. So we need to make sure that younger generation knows that. So I'm glad that you're able to give this information. I'm glad it goes in depth. It's not just, hey, a couple of pages and that's it, But again, to also have our older generation people to give that knowledge to them, because they would rather hear it from them than somebody else younger that would say, oh, I know what's going on. So, but I'm glad that we're able to do this, and I look forward to working with the communities and also maybe the schools to see that we get more education classes for these younger generation kids to attend, so they know what's going on, and they can start quoting these types of 1871 treaties, all these 1870 things that come up. So that's what I want to see. And again, this next several years here, we just came on as council, but again, I think that would be something we'll be looking forward to, because that's going to be a strong, I think, for our part in the next couple of years here as council representatives, to make sure that it's out there in the communities, to make sure that people are seeing that, and that because they say, we don't know who we talk to. Well, Phil's the main guy, but if you're out, then we don't know. Well, we'll have to wait for a couple more weeks before he comes in, but if a lot of more people know about it, I believe we'll be able to pursue that. So, but thank you very much. And
Go ahead, Rose.
Okay, yeah, that's a good thought, Ben, because I know I mentioned this to Phil before, is that, like, over the years, for example, Christian churches would always tell families to keep a copy of the Bible in your home at all times, and a lot of families did it. And I've been saying every Lakota family, especially on our reservation, needs a copy of this treaty in their home, and to read it to your children and your takoshas and teach them about it all the time, like a regular thing. So pretty soon, as they grow up, like Ben said, they'll know about it. They'll know what's in it. Teach them the names of our leaders who put their mark on the treaty, so they'll remember those names and have them in their mind. But that's something the council could do. It's going to take a lot of training, probably take some money, but a goal to work forward to.
Let's make the treaty office work, okay? It's there for a resource, a really good resource. Kathy, you have Lila, and then Michelle.
Before, I know you're running out of time, and I know we put everybody on a schedule. I just want to mention, to Ben, that Phil does go to St. Francis, and this is in their school curriculum.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry I was late. I was at a meeting trying to extend myself out a little bit further. But I know Phil does a really good job with his presentations. I think that everybody who's employed here should come to him or be able to have access, and he should be able to give this to everybody. I missed the first part, Ash, bookshop catch up. But you know what, I just want to say, we really don't give enough support to treaty. Yet, that's the thing we stand on. Everything we do, we revert back to the treaty. And I always felt like we put treaty over there. I don't know why, but I myself, I was raised to respect that and to always support what treaty does. But as a female, I could never sit there. And my mother made that very clear to me. You know, you go and you support and you do what you can. You cook, you feed them, or you make copies, or you do something. But these men, these wichasha, they need to work. So I want you to know, Phil, I'm here to help you. Na toksha tukta tukash takoni chana hanta wa una ochicha wakihi. And I was really saddened because I was looking forward to a training, and here he had to cancel it because there's no funding. That really makes me feel bad because all of us should be supporting this effort. And I think Rosebud right now is leading the other tribes in the treaty work. It's very important. I think we should take a look at that. Maybe he can come to council, Mr. Chairman, and present this to the whole council because it's so important. And you know, our Lakota way of life is never going to go away. And it's going to always be here. And you know, even before how we operate, we need to bring that here. We need to educate ourselves. I don't know everything about it, so I'd like to know. But we need to support him, and we need to support the work that he's doing on treaty. And I rely on my people. My people are the experts. They live here. We all live here. We all work together. If I have a question, I'd rather go to him than Google it. Google don't know nothing. They just put a paper on there. So my experts are here. You know, Jerry, Rose, Linda, you women, you're the experts. And I'm real glad that, you all are here today because we gotta eliminate the distrust amongst our own people. This government can do a lot, but we can't if we don't communicate and we don't educate. And prevention work is, I know Phil's doing that in SF. He's, goes out there and teaches the kids that. But it's just, real quick, my daughter last night, she was talking about the treaty. She said, Mom, what's the treaty about? Tell me. So we were up and we were reading the treaty. And these kids want to know. They want to know. And so he goes out and does that at SF, and I really appreciate that because this is theirs. And I think everything, even dealing with IHS, how do we know where we stand with the treaty on that? That's forever, our healthcare, our education system. And yeah, I really want to thank you. Wapila tunka chicha. Takomi Lana Hongospek the Gata gave a kind jackie. Akamani Chana. Thank you.
Michelle?
Thank you, Phil. A lot of good information. I just wanted to make a suggestion because, like Lila and Ben said, it's already in the St. Francis curriculum. But I was thinking, why not collaborate with
That's good.
Right, Chris?
First off, I'd like to apologize to you too for a lot of my colleagues who couldn't be here today, the ones that are excused and the ones that, well, aren't excused. Because this is really knowledgeable. Like, I remember when I first was going through the campaign, you were one of the first people I came to see. And we had a lot of talk about all of this going forward, and it really opened my eyes to a lot of things. And the main concept is just don't make hasty decisions that could violate the treaty rights. And that goes forward with literally everything that we do. And I strongly believe, like what Lila said, that you should definitely come back through again when we're all present here to go over these, to have a reminder that we are Lakota. You know, to think Lakota, to act Lakota, to be Lakota is our inherited right. And this is kind of like a little shift where we're trying to be a race that put us in these positions, you know, and it's failing them, and it's gonna fail us. So one thing that never failed us though was our Lakota way of life. And so I just want to thank you for all the work that you do, and you know, like Lila said, if there's anything that you need, you know, feel free, and we'll do our best to support you in any way we can.
I'd like to, any more questions?
I'd like to go over something, Phil, with the council. You know, if you look on page 11, it talks about inherent rights, and it's really important to understand what that means, because it involves our relationship with the federal government and our sovereignty. So, you know, you really get a chance. There's not a whole lot there, but if you read into it, there is a whole lot there as far as inherent rights. So, and Phil's always talking about those inherent rights. Our treasurer is always talking about our relationship with the federal government and not with other entities of like the state and that kind of stuff. So we really need to understand what our inherent rights are. So go ahead, Phil.
Just some closing advice for you. I'm your advisor. I'm your advisor on treaty, inherent sovereignty, things like that. So I want to be able to give you advice. You don't have to take it, but at least listen when I say we have a nation-to-nation relationship with the United States government, and make your decisions based on your inherent sovereignty. Don't base your decisions based on what the lawyer said. Base it on this, on all of this, and you stand on that, stand on the treaty, and you're going to be strong. So that's my best advice for you today. Any other questions?
Thank you, Phil. Thank you. Really appreciate your time.
That's right. There's a little feel on the shoulder.
Linda, you're next on the agenda.
So, girls, you better turn on your alarms. You know, I'm serious about that because I really enjoy talking about our Constitution. I enjoy talking about our tribal laws, and I just when I have a chance to talk to somebody about anything, maybe it's because of my age, but I sure like to talk about these things. And so, you know, there's so much here. And the first time I ran for tribal secretary, or was it council? Anyway, I decided to run for office here. And I went to visit at my grandma's house. I'm one of those lucky people who grew up with a lot of grandpas and grandmas in my life, so they really influenced me. But I'm not too comfortable sitting. Yeah. So anyway, my uncle gave me a bit of advice, and he's a man of few words, and he gives me good advice, but it's just like maybe one sentence. But yeah, it's the best advice that I get from anyone is from him. And when I was running for office, he said, stand on your Constitution, he said, and you'll be all right. And that's all he said. But you know what? I stuck by that. So I made a point of reading this over and over till I could understand it. And then, working with the committees and working in the secretary's office, I learned where all those ordinances and all those resolutions, they're based in here. So if you read it, you're going to find that their beginning, their roots are in this document. And so it's very important to learn it, and then from there, all the branches go out. And then that's where you as leaders that's your foundation to develop the laws that govern our people. Your legislators, and it's your job that's the job that you accepted when you entered this circle. And each one of you had a vision of what you wanted for our tribe. And I'm sure that if I asked one of you, say, why did you decide to run for office? Then you can tell us what you saw for the future of our tribe. And so you yourself voluntarily went forth and you filed for office, and you put your money down and you ran for office, and here you are. The people sent you forward to sit in this circle. And 20 people make all these very important decisions for our tribe. And the future of our tribe is in your hands, actually, if you really think about it, because all our children, some of them are end up in the court system. They end up in foster care, and they're out there. And there's really, it goes back clear to Carlisle. They took the children from the arms of the mothers, and they took them away. And it's still happening today, but because this time it's different, because the parents are negligent, and so our children end up going because of drugs and alcohol that have entered our society. And that has been a real downfall for our society. So then our children, even the ones that live here on the reservation, are being neglected. But this council has developed and passed laws that is for the betterment of those children. And I'm just talking about that as an example, but it's not just in the safety and welfare for them like that, but in all other areas, this council has that responsibility and authority to pass laws that affect our, like Phil was talking about, our climate. And just like years ago, we have continued to have jets coming from Ellsworth Air Force Base. They have to fly their jets, and those pilots have to have so many hours in flying. Well, they fly over our reservation, and sometimes they used to fly low across, over our reservation. And so people started talking about that. Next thing you know, out of the Land and Natural Resource Committee, they came forth with this resolution to claim our airspace. So the airspace above our reservation, we put a claim on there, and that resolution is still in place. It's never been rescinded, never been amended. It's still there, and it's still in effect. And anyway,
Linda, does everybody, I'm gonna ask questions, does everybody have a constitution? Did they bring the ordinance book, or do we need to make some more copies? Copies, okay, we'll get some.
I'm really glad you brought that up because there's a lot of, I don't know if you all noticed, but it seems like there's a lot of air traffic. And out in our community, we have a lot of, people have seen drones, they've seen, there's helicopters back there, planes, and I was asking, I should have came to you, but I was asking and here, somebody told me, they said there's nothing. But I knew there was, because our people are gonna make sure of that. So it's good to know that, and could you find that for us? Because I think with the technology today, I don't know if that would have to be, I think we should look at that here, council, because I know there has to be special license for drones. And I don't know what department that they go to for that. So I was really curious about that because I've seen some drones kind of flying above the road. And I'm like, what the heck? So I see a lot of it, but it really makes me wonder because they're supposed to protect. During Sundances, they even fly, and they're not supposed to. So I think we need to enforce that somehow, and I don't know which office that is or anything, but if you can get us that resolution, that would really be helpful.
okay, this Constitution was passed 1934, 35, and it was voted on by the people who resided on the reservation. They were tribal members who were living here who voted, and when we were having that constitutional convention, I remember Mr. Oliver, Gilbert Oliver came, and he was one of the people who came and talked about the Constitution, and he said when they had the meetings way back there, when they were going to adopt the first one, he was a child attending those meetings. And you know, throughout your life, you're going to meet elders that took part in these important events, and they're going to tell you about them. And that, by listening, that's how you learn. And like Simon Brokenleg, you know, he's well known for being a treaty man. Well known, not only on this reservation, but other reservations. But he told me that how he learned about treaties was by accompanying his dad to treaty meetings when he was a little boy. And that's how it became ingrained in him. That's why he was so, you know, it was a part of him. And that's how, you know, like someone was talking about the young ones and giving them this, sharing this knowledge with them. That's really important because that shows that, you know, just like these men, it became a part of them. And so with these children, if we share this knowledge with them, then it's going to be part of them, and they're going to carry it on into future generations. And that is what that's the whole purpose of having a constitution, having a council, is because we want to keep moving forward into future generations, because there's going to come a time when we're not going to have a reservation. Sooner or later, it's going to happen. But if we can continue to instill this our Lakota ways into our children, then we're going to still continue to survive as a people, because they took us and they put us on a reservation thinking that they're going to destroy us and that we're going to become totally assimilated
one of Phil's favorite words. No, I'm just kidding, Phil. But actually, I agree with you. But, you know, they put us here thinking that they're gonna, and they took our children away to break us, to break our spirit. But here we are, and we're still speaking Lakota. We're still continuing on with our cultural ways. And that's what that is our desire for our children to carry forward into the future. And so we need to work with our kids from the beginning and to raise them up in this way. And not only that, you know, this is gonna, if you instill pride in them, then that's gonna make them strong to be able to resist drugs and alcohol. And the drugs are getting worse that are coming on our reservations. So we need to do something for our youth, because you and I know that there's a real breakdown in our society. And you and I know that our little ones are not being taught at home. And we know that our children are suffering here on the reservation. I hear about these little ones that are out on the streets, and they're only like 3 or 4 years old. Late at night, nobody cares to check on them. Nobody cares to know where they are. They don't care if they're in a safe place and somebody's looking, you know, feeding them, caring for them, and putting them to bed in a nice warm bed. Nobody cares because of drugs, because the drugs have taken over their home life. And so, you know, we really need to, we really need to help our children. We need, like, that ICWA office is short-staffed. We need someone at the helm that has a passion for the caring of our children. We need staff members who have a passion for the children. That way they'll be motivated. They'll be inspired to get out there, to work to bring our children home, to work to keep our children in the homes, to be here on the reservation, make sure that they get to school to get an education, because the education is the key to the future. And I didn't even start on the Constitution yet. But you know, the children, for some reason, I just want to talk about our children. But our children, you know, I see in the school system, some of our children go from kindergarten to 12th grade and they're graduating and they don't know how to read. They don't know how to do math. And these are things that they need in their everyday life. And the teachers that we have, they come in here to work with our children, not all of them, because here and there you're going to find a really good teacher that's on fire for the kids. But a lot of these teachers that come in from off the reservation, and they seem to think because we're native, we don't care to learn or we can't learn. But that is not true. Because if you challenge that child, and I think that, okay, you hear all these stories about how the children are unruly in class and disrespectful to their teacher. Well, that's because they're bored. They're not challenged. Nobody's holding their feet to the fire to learn. Nobody's, you know, giving a pat on the back. Hey, you did a good job, you know. You did a good job figuring that out. Yeah, you know, that's what the kind of teachers we need. We need teachers who are inspired to teach and who can rise to the challenge of teaching our children and keeping them in class and keeping their attention, because our children are important to us, because there's going to come a day that we're not going to be here, and those children are the ones that are going to be sitting here. They're going to be the leaders of our tribe. And one day I was thinking, I thought we have so many families who are, I think every family on the reservation is impacted by the meth use. I can't even think of a single family that hasn't had meth impact their family in some way. You have a relative that's been, got involved with drugs. But, and I thought, and our children, nobody's teaching them, and look what's happening. What's the future of our tribe? Are we going to have children who are born healthy? They have to be born healthy. I'm talking about physically, not slow learners or any, things like that. I'm not trying to put them down or anything, but this is a fact of life. We don't want our children to be born unhealthy. We want them to be born healthy so that they can learn. And there is our future. And, we as a people and the teachers, the IHS personnel, all these people that come in here to work with our children, we all need to have compassion and have to carry those children in our hearts, because they truly are our future. I can't say that enough, and we need to encourage them to learn. We need to encourage them to go out and get an education. We need attorneys. We need doctors, nurses, and we need those attorneys to go forth for us to deal with the government, because that's where we get resources. Like a lot of our programs are grants and contracts, and the funding for those come from the government. And so we need our children who grew up here and who know how life is on the reservation. So they're gonna be have that in their hearts. So when they go to DC or anywhere else to stand up for us and talk for us, to get more funding, to get more help, then those children are going to be, they're the ones that are going to speak more passionately for us than somebody that didn't grow up here, somebody that doesn't really know, the hardship of life here. But yeah, that's a reality that we have to deal with. And but the thing is, what I wanted to say at the beginning was, is that regardless, they put us on a reservation thinking that it was going to cause us to lose our way. But when I thought about it, I thought, they put us on a reservation to try to destroy us, but actually they did us a favor. Because by being close together, it kept our language alive, it kept our way of life alive. And I remember one family said they were getting ready for a ceremony. And so they were cleaning up, cooking, getting their house all ready and getting everything ready for a ceremony. And here somebody looked out, somebody was coming, and so someone looked out and they recognized, they said, hey, it was the agent, the Indian agent was coming. And so what did the family do? They put everything away. They had time to put everything away. And then when he left, then they, resumed. But see, if they split us up and sent us all over the country, then we wouldn't have had this nucleus that kept us alive. And so, people might say, they do. They say the reservation is a hard way of life and that. They look down on reservation life, but not me. This is my home, and I love my home, and I'm thankful for my home, because anywhere I go, I can speak Lakota with somebody. I can share Lakota humor with you, because that humor, you'll understand it, and we can laugh together and have a light heart. So I'm really thankful for being born a Lakota woman. But now, so let's this document is very important because it tells us the preamble is under and by virtue of our Creator and His divine providence. We, the enrolled members of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe of Indians on the Rosebud Indian Reservation in the state of South Dakota, in order to establish a united tribal organization to establish justice, to ensure tranquility, and enjoy the blessings of freedom and liberty, to conserve our tribal property, that's our land, to develop our common resources, and to promote the best welfare of the present generation and our posterity in education and industry, do hereby and adopt and establish this Constitution and bylaws. We have a Constitution, we have a charter, we have bylaws, and that is, there's our treaty, and then these. And then from there, we have our ordinance, our resolutions, and our ordinances that govern our tribe. And we have our territory, and within that territory we have jurisdiction. And this is very important because this is where one of the things that comes in is law enforcement. And we can, like now, because of that Knight versus the RST, then the boundaries of our reservation, we were a five reservation area, five county area. And whenever you travel and you think about it, or you think about the further boundary of the Lakota Oyate, as the boundaries even farther out. And sometimes when I'm traveling and I go down and I'm driving down to Colorado or something, and I think about the boundaries, and I think, man, this is how far our boundaries are, and I'm amazed. And then I'm traveling to Sioux Falls, and I go through like Lyman County and that way, and then I think, man, this is our original reservation boundary. Man, we had a big reservation. And I look around and I think, man, all these farmlands belong to tribal members. They're allotments that people sold. They sold their land. And so then it just, and that's because we weren't farmers. We weren't farmers. And we didn't have boundaries. And we, everything, you know, like now we have our yard, our house, you know, it's where this is us now. It never used to be that way. So then whenever they put us on the reservation and gave us allotments, we didn't, that was a foreign way of life for us. And so people gave up their land and they sold their allotments. Slowly it started shrinking, and now we're down to one county, Todd County. But we're still here, and if we continue to buy the land that comes up for sale in the surrounding counties, we can, and we have TLE, and we've had that for years, since 1930 something, back in the 30s, and that is the arm that we can use to buy that land back. And we can slowly build back, but we can grow our reservation boundary again. And even for years and years, all these years I've worked for the tribe, I've been hearing, if we can get buy enough land in Millette County and we go past 50%, then we can bring that back in, and then our reservations will be 2 counties. But for some reason, why is it so hard to buy that land over there? How is this leads to the question, how is our money being managed so that we don't have the money to buy that land? You know, we need people who can manage money well and manage land well and have a vision. And we need to have a vision so that we're not thinking our vision is not just today, you know, or for just right now. It has to be for the future. So you save up your money. You know, in our home life, we teach our children to save up your money, you earn some, maybe you'll earn $1 to take the trash out. Well, put that money in your bank, your little bank, or your little, my granddaughter uses a little coin purse. So you save your money, and if you want something, okay, you want a new Barbie doll, save your money. Then they start saving. Then next thing you know, you go to town and they get their Barbie. Well, by the same token, we should be saving our money and building it up so that we can buy more land, so that we can bring that county back into recognized as part of our reservation. Not only that, there's a section in here that talks about land, and it talks about home sites. And that is very important, because as we're trying to build the base of our reservation boundaries, we need more land for our tribal members who are growing up and starting their own homes and own families. We need to have land available to them so that they can get a home site, build a house there, and they can raise their family there. And so that is really important, and that's why we need to buy land and have it available. And if only people could catch the vision, I think that would really get people motivated and inspired to step forward, not be afraid to step forward and work towards some goals. I think that's what that is what we need as a people, as individuals, because that's the only way we are going to survive in this world, because things are going to become harder. We went through COVID and we got all this free money, millions of dollars, more than we, had. And boy, that was really something. We got all this money, and even, people didn't really have to work because all their bills were getting paid and all this. But you know what? One day it's going to be cut off. And they're so used to having everything handed to them, getting their bills paid. We're going to be in trouble. We are going to be in serious trouble, because they're going to come to this body. You guys are going to have to be ready. They're going to come to this body and they're going to put the pressure on you to provide for them what they're used to getting from the government. But the government is not going to be giving us all that free money. And so we got to be ready for that, and the people need to get ready for that. And one of the things, and this is a real simple thing, but I thought to myself, boy, how are we going to, our people are going to have a hard time. They're going to, they're not used to buying like 10 pounds of sugar. They might buy just 5 pounds just to last them right now. They're not used to buying, food that's going to last for the month. They're more used to buying banquet chicken, pot pies, frozen food, pizza, a quick meal. We need to learn how to buy food that's going to last. But one of the things that we could be doing as a tribe, as a tribal government, is like we have the SNETP program, and I'm really proud of that program. I'm proud of the work that they do. And I thought to myself, I know one time they had hired people to take young people or anyone that wanted to learn. They'd take them out in the field and teach them Team Sila. When Team Sila is ready to harvest, they taught them how to recognize the plant, dig it, and dry it, prepare it to dry it. And tea, there's wild tea. I love that stuff. And we have all these berries, we have all these vegetables that are growing. If we could take that program, and they have a summer youth program, if they could hire the people that work with these groups of children, young people out in the communities, and their goal would be to teach these young ones about this, to go out there to recognize these plants and when to harvest them, and how to take care of them, and how to prepare them. You know, and if they didn't want to keep it, they could go and to give a gift to an elder. Because now elders, you know, when after you get so old, you can't get out there with the shovel and be digging the tipsila yourself anymore. But these young ones, if they didn't want to keep that, then they could go and give it to you. You know, but they would have that knowledge. So when the hard time comes, they would be able to survive. They would, you know, we would be reverting all the way back to before the reservation life. You know, but they would know how to survive. We need to teach them how to tan, you know, do tanning and stuff like this. Teach them how to make clothing. But there's a lot that needs to be done and to prepare for the future, because it's not going to all, right now we have it easy. We have running water. We don't have to go and haul water. I used to haul hot water for my grandma when I was small. We don't have to haul wood, you know, into the house. They would go out, my uncle would go out and cut wood, and he would stack them like a teepee. And it was so that the wood could dry. And so in winter, he would cut it up and use it for to heat his home. These are things that we need to teach our young ones so that they'll be able to survive, because we can't, you know, think about it. We can't continue on relying on this electricity. You know, one night I was up late, or was I up early? Anyway, I was awake and heard the lights went out. And I knew I paid my light bill, and I was reading, and the lights, man, my house got so quiet, and it was so dark, and I thought, what's going on? I wonder if it's just our house or the neighborhood. I opened the window, and it was just dark. The whole neighborhood, the whole community was in blackness. So I called the light company, and they said it was a scheduled blackout. And I thought, man, that easily they turned off the power for all of us here. How easily they could turn off the power throughout the country. And I thought, boy, all of you know, there's some of us that have gadgets that monitor, like our our pacemaker. There's others that are hooked up to the home dialysis. You know, just like that, they cut off our energy. So we are going to have to be prepared for stuff like that happening, and we're going to have to be able to know what to do to be able to survive. But all of this ties into what's all in here. You know, there's a whole section about the governing body, and there's a whole section that's very important for the council to really understand.
What page is it?
7. It's the powers of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. These are enumerated powers that were laid on the council. When you came forward to represent us here on this body, we looked to you because you had wisdom, you had education, you had knowledge, and you knew how to speak. Because that way you could speak for us when something came up and that was dangerous to us as a whole. Then we looked to you to stand up and say, that is not a good thing for our people. We should not do that. Like years ago, they tried to bring a mega dump in here. And that was when they first started saying, you can't just have these open trash pits all over. And so somehow from the cities, some people approach some council reps and talk them into, oh, this is a big economic development, bring money into your tribe, and, you know, not saying, you know, having a mega dump is gonna leach into your groundwater, it's gonna affect your groundwater, the water that you drink every day, and, you know, like that. But so these council reps thought that, oh, economic development, big money, yay, yeah. Our people need money. Yes, we do need money, but we don't need a mega dump. And so at times like that, then the ones that are not pushing it need to stand up and say, no, our people come first. We need to give them good, safe drinking water. This mega dump is not for us. And so anyway, that's why you're here, and that's why you're given all this responsibility. Actually, it says powers of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, but actually those are your responsibilities that's listed out here. And it's to negotiate with the federal and state local governments, employ legal counsel for the protection and advancement of the rights of the tribe and its members, to purchase and otherwise acquire lands and other property, advise the Secretary of Interior and or his or her representatives, and for us that's the BIA, that's right here, and make assignments of land to tribal members so that they can start their homes, raise their families, to make economic affairs and enterprise of the tribe in accordance with the terms of a charter which may be issued to the tribe by the Secretary of Interior, and that has been done. We have that charter. And one of the girls is going to talk about that. To appropriate for public purposes of the Rosebud Sioux tribe available tribal council funds, and their budget and finance has a big responsibility to develop the budgets for everyone and bring it forth to the council. Levy taxes, we have a tax commission who does that work for us. Every one of these, they're connected to a committee. And so the committees have a very important job, and that's why it's very important for the committees to meet. And so please go to your committee meetings and make a quorum to bring forth the legislation to the council. Because you will be bringing forth laws that affect laws to safeguard and promote the peace, safety, morals, and general welfare of the tribe by regulating the conduct of trade, the use and disposition of property, and so on. And you even regulate the inheritance of property, real and personal, the domestic relations of the tribe, and it even gives you you even have the authority, like when someone passes on and they don't leave a will and they leave children behind, minors, then you have the authority to step in there and like if they have insurance money coming, then you can assign that somebody to watch their money, so it's not just wildly spent for them. And so as they're growing, they can have money to buy themselves clothes and things like that. So you have a lot of responsibility, but I'm sure that each and every one of you are up to the job. Otherwise you wouldn't have stepped forward to be sitting here. See, and you even have the responsibility to adopt resolutions to regulate the procedure of the council itself, and that's the legislative procedures, council rules of order, and Jerry will be talking about that. But there is one thing the limitation of powers, and that is very important because this tells us that the powers vested in the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council shall not be vested in individual council members, but shall be exercised only by the collective body of the council. Any authority exercised by any member of the council shall be designated by collective decision of the council. So that means somebody can't go off on a, off by themselves. The rest of you have to be in agreement and to send forth that individual, because that you're designating that individual as your representative to carry forth your desire as a whole. So exercising the powers of the council as an individual and without the collective knowledge and approval of the council shall constitute abuse of council powers. And you as a council have the authority when that happens to address it and to deal with it the best you know how. The best that you decide should be how it should be addressed, how it should be addressed. You have that responsibility. And here we have community organizations, so that even addresses the communities. We have 20 recognized communities, and each of those communities, hey, am I going over my 30 minutes? But when you read this, every area of our life is affected by this. And as you read this, you're going to find ordinances that further explain about this. Okay, for example, we have Article 6 that says elections, and it's only like one paragraph here. But also back in this governing body in Article 3, it tells about the offices like President, Vice President, Secretary, Treasurer, and the Council. And it tells about the qualifications and terms. These are all part of the election, and it becomes our election code, Ordinance 8610. And that further, if you read it, then it tells it step by step how to conduct a tribal election. But in each of these, we have ordinances, and you can come into the Secretary's office and ask, and we can pull it for you. We're there to, every document that is in that office is public information. And so, we have community minutes in there, and we encourage communities to bring in their minutes, because we have your community members coming to ask for community members, and when we go to your community and look in the file, there's no minutes. And we can't provide what we don't have. So it's very important for you to, as communities, to bring your minutes in, and we encourage you to do so. And
Linda, do you want to kind of explain the responsibilities of the council versus the council government and the community government?
okay, the community government deals only with your own individual community. Okay, so Rosebud is a very active community. They have, and it's a big community, but they always get their quorum. And when you go by there at, a community meeting night, that parking lot is full. And they're to be commended for that. But they don't bring their minutes in here. So Rosebud, bring your minutes, please. But my friend Chitter is the community chairman, so I could talk to her like that.
So the purpose of
Tease
the
her.
community government is what?
Is to it's for the communities to, like, something happens there and you want it brought to council, then you can have community, develop a resolution and attach your minutes and have your council representative bring it forward. If, you know, and if you have any revenue coming into your community, some communities, they have tribal land within their boundaries that has been leased out, and so that lease money generates revenue for the community, so then they decide how to spend that money.
So as a community government, are they responsible for their community constituency, trying to provide the safety, the welfare, and whatnot for that community, where the council, because they're voted reservation-wide, they make the laws and they act treaty to treaty with the government? So there's a little more broader versus the community chair, vice chair, treasurer, and secretary, correct?
Right. The council is, has a broader scope of responsibility than a community, than the community officers. And
If it's just maybe not being enforced, or if there's maybe some suggestions for recommendations that we can change or I guess amend the policy so that that works better, and then I'll have my other question after that.
okay. Now, that is all these ordinances that we have that are a result of this, and you're on the committees and you see that it's not adequate, then you, as a committee, can make recommendations. You can discuss it, decide how it should be amended, the wording, and you should develop the wording and be clear about how you want it to, how you want to present it. And then you do your resolution, and then you bring it to council, and then when they pass it, then it's incorporated into the existing ordinance. And then, this legislative procedures, yeah, that's how you do it though. But everything can be amended, and you just need to put it in, think about it, talk about it, write it up, and present it.
So just like for more clarification,
Yeah.
what is that process once something gets approved of and it either changes an existing, whatever, it's a resolution, ordinance, whatever, if it changes it, amend it, whatever, what's that process? Are they saved together? Are they housed together in the secretary's office? I mean,
okay, so you go in there and you'll say, you want ordinance 8610. Okay, so from the time that the original 8610 is there, and then every resolution that came and amended it, then it's all in here. It's the history.
here, why didn't we get the updated information or the most current information in our binders now? I guess it's.
On some of them, they just need to be updated in the office. It's clerical work that needs to be done and completed.
So there's already policy in place, we don't need to change anything,
No.
it's just a matter of getting that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I have one more
And
question.
then, I know there's one that, it was simply a mistake in the copying of the ordinance, not realizing that the one that was copying didn't realize that they were front and back, and so they singled it, and so then you didn't get the back pages. That's why it's short.
Well, yeah, this one was old, I guess,
Yeah.
it wasn't just the most recent, so I was wondering what that process was, so my next question is, can you explain a little bit on page 5, underneath Article 3, why we have two section 6s? I'm assuming it has something to do with the last secretarial amendment that we had at that, but could you explain that a little bit?
Okay, at that time, Constitutional Convention Committee, they passed both of these. There was enough votes that they passed them both forward. But the thing that could have stopped it right there was once it hit the BIA, then the BIA, their CFR, which is their governing document, the CFR says that if you get 2 amendments like this, to amend a section in your constitution, they're supposed to take them in chronological order. And so whichever one went first is the only one that's supposed to be forwarded to a secretarial election. They're not supposed to send forth 2, but I don't know the story about why that both were sent forward, but they could have stopped it right there. But at this point, I was thinking about that, and why can't they correct that mistake? Why can't they correct it and just withdraw that one without having to go through a big process of amending it? But that's probably a legal question for them.
I think, go ahead.
I just wanted to expound on that. We were on the council then when that came through, and it was something with the Bureau, and it had come back to the tribal council. But some people have a hard time making decisions if it affects them or somebody they know personally. And at that point in time, within the tribal council, we had to make that decision. But the group, everything, like when you're running for tribal council, people will ask, I thought about running for the tribal council because this is what I want to do, this is what I like to see. I have told people, you can come to join the circle with every plan to make things better for the people. But, and I'm sure it'll be covered, you always have to have that majority vote. Unless half of this group agrees with you, you can have every plan in the world that's going to help we as a tribe and improve us and make her better business managers. But unless we all agree, it's not going to happen.
Right.
That's what happened with the Section 6. Those sitting here could not come to an agreement to take one of these out. And so it went back to the Bureau. It was supposed to come back to the tribe. The Bureau said the tribe needed to make the decision on this error because they both went up, and it should have been caught before it even went to the Bureau, but it didn't. So then it reversed back to putting that responsibility back on us. I don't know what happened after I left, but we were entrusted in making the decision on which of these, number 6, the Section 6, that should have actually been changed. It's probably, I don't know if the past councils have dealt with it since we've termed out, but it's something that we need to deal with and finalize.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lori.
So the 11-member individuals that the council chose to review those amendments, they were just supposed to make them pretty and move them forward. They should have a note as to which one was brought forward. And then they should bring that back to council saying, okay, it was this one that was this first, and then this one. And then council then can make a decision, okay, this one was the first one. And if that's all the BIA is asking for, then council can then make the resolution and do the work.
That's a whole lot, about a week of talking as far as our Constitution and what happened with our last Constitutional Convention. We did end up with a lot of conflicting amendments to same sections. The only thing we can do is blame the process that we followed it and try to correct it now going forward.
Yes.
We are attempting to do that. We intend to end up sending amendments forward to the Secretary of Office to change too much at one time. I think that's our problem. And we end up muddying up the process. And so we did have every one of these conflicting amendments ready to take back to for some type of secretarial election. But when it gets to that final process, it always seems like there's a roadblock that we have to follow. So we just haven't got that far, and by the time we get to the point where we're actually going to make some progress, we have a change in leadership. And so we have to go through that process again and actually educating people on what we need to do and what these amendments are, what these these conflicting amendments were, and the amendments that were proposed back in 2007, there was 27 amendments proposed. Actually, 24 of them were all conflicting of some kind, had some type of confliction to them, and 3 of them were actually really legitimate amendments that went through. So we started looking at that and we said, why didn't they catch it at the Secretary of Interior's office or the Secretary's office as far as the solicitors reviewing these amendments? And they actually did. But when we took them back to the community for the solicitors' opinions on these amendments, the people that were starting the process said that this is the people's initiative, that any of the council people should not really be able to influence any kind of change, so they wanted them to keep out of that process. So we let the people that were in charge of the election that time to be able to see it through the process, and this is how it ended up. So somewhere along the line, we messed up in the process, so that's what happened.
And that time was the first time we actually exercised that ordinance, having a secretarial convention. That was the first and only time that has been done since the first time they adopted the Constitution. And it's never been done since.
Kathy, please.
Just real quick, one of the things that I would ask you to cover for us is Article 7, the initiative referendum recall and removal. Because one of the things is like, we exercise our rights as previous council reps. No one had ever done this removal process until we were elected. Because of so many times people in power, sometimes that power eventually controls you and it taints the reason why you're here. So when you look at it, we as this body need to understand the process of ordinances, initiatives, referendum, and recall, because we have our motion, we have our resolution, we have our ordinance, and each has a level of authority, and each we need to use when we're making our final decisions. One thing that I have seen in my past 6 years and just watching since then, we as a body make decisions, we as a body make changes, but when we leave and the new 10 come in, there's no way of ever stabilizing. There's no permanency in decisions made. Some can be good and affect badly eventually. Some are very good, very thorough, very thought out, that have the ability to help us as a people. But then you have your next 10 that come in and they change that. There's that lack of consistency in keeping it stabilized, keeping it as that foundation of power of helping our people to a better life. And I've always thought about that, how do we keep something that is beneficial for everyone in place? Because each time we change and we sit here and we make decisions, there might be something that we don't like, so we change it, and the next, and we may or may not make it better or worse, but your next group is going to come in here and they're going to make those changes again. So there's no consistency. How do we show our people that we know what we're doing if we're continually in our positions changing things that affect their daily life and their future, that next 7 generations that we're to be looking out for? If we're continuously making change, how do we show that we know what we're doing? How do we show that we're benefiting the nation?
That is actually that talking about stability and continuity. That's the reason why they have 10 council people elected here and 10 here, is because they're trying to, the intent was to keep the wheel rolling and to keep things, that was the goal, was to have continuity, and but instead sometimes it goes backwards and it doesn't. Yep.
Lori, did you have
I did.
a question?
Actually, the other evening, we had a meeting specifically about this because I wanted to know, my thought was that when the council makes an ordinance, that you had to, you made a resolution, you made the ordinance went out to the public for 30 days. The public responded on whether they wanted this change or not by the majority, and then it came back to council, and then council approved it if there was any changes, whatnot, to the ordinance. Because to me, the ordinance is equated to the law and order code. So when you're gonna make a change to your law and order code, you have to do that. You have to bring forth your resolution, you do the reading, you read it, say there was no change, you do a second reading, and then it's ordinance, it's law and order. That's the legislative, or that's the judicial part of the tribe. So your ordinance, which governs your legislative body and the people, similar to law and order, that you would have to do the same thing. That you would do your resolution, you would do your ordinance, you would read it 30 days out to the public, come back, there were no comments, another 30 days, and then it's an ordinance. So these documents are concrete, so they're not changed by the whims of whatever political wind is blowing. Now, I was corrected at the meeting stating that an ordinance here on the council floor doesn't even need a 30-day reading. It can be up to 7 days. But in your committees, when you're making changes to your resolutions to make the changes to the ordinance, it's a little more flexible than it is your law and order code. That's gonna come around with the body to say, when you guys are doing your legislative, what governs you guys can say, I think our ordinance does need to go out to the public for 30 days. Our ordinance does need those readings and input from the public, and then we come back here and if the public says, yes, we agree on this, then it becomes an ordinance, then it becomes static. So there isn't that flexibility the way the law and order code is. That's my thought.
Okay.
And so that leads you to the responsibility of one of your committees, that's governmental affairs, has a big responsibility to help interpret the laws and to, get them settled. But a lot of these laws, it's up to the council to interpret them and set the interpretation. And when you do, the best advice is to do it by resolution, so it becomes a part of that ordinance. And then you won't have, what she's talking about. But there's some things that, law and order code, they are published, and they are, they do have hearings on those, and we have had hearings on different ordinances, and the new ordinances, new laws that come in, then it comes to governmental affairs, and and then the hearings are held here in the chambers. And, but every single ordinance does not need I don't think this is my personal opinion, they don't need a public hearing like that. Say, take like legislative procedures or council rules of order, those are things that affect this body right here. So I don't think that things like that need to have a public hearing. But of course, it's in the hands of the council, and whatever you feel is right and what you think should happen is what will happen, depending on the motions that you make, the resolutions that you make, the ordinances that you make or amend. That's all in your hands, and that is what's going to go forward. Because it's this body ultimately that interprets those laws. That's a big responsibility you guys have. So, and you guys do a lot. There's a lot of demands made on you, but always, I'll leave you with this one thing. Always remember why you came to this body. Keep that in your centermost, and it's going to affect your decision making. Why did you step forward? Because you thought you could do a good job, because you thought you could effect change, and you wanted to see change, a better way of life for our tribe. So whatever it was that motivated you to come forth, and throw your hat in the ring and join this circle. Never forget that, because it's going to really help you in your decision making. And pray. Pray all the time, because you're going to be under a lot of pressure from the outside. And there's going to be people, and when you're sitting here, it's going to be easy for you to do favors for people. From the outside, you're going to have people wanting you to go to, say, housing, and bump them up on the housing list. But you know, that's not fair and right to the other people that are on that list. They've been waiting a long time. And those people, you represent not only this one that's talking to you, but you're representing all those people that are on that waiting list. So you need to be fair, be strong, be prayed up, so that you can say, oh, I'm sorry, I cannot do that because these other people have been on the waiting list all this time, and their situation is just as dire as yours. But you know, we need to follow the process, and it's our way of helping one another. So all our hopes and prayers are with you. Thank you for listening, and thank you for letting me be part of this. I hope I helped you in some way, and if you have any question or want to visit, I'm always available. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that, as Linda was explaining, reiterate that you guys are here because of the people. You're not here because 5 people voted you in or 10 people. You're here because the tribal reservation electorate voted you all in here. So the power may lay here, but you still need to go back to your constituency and still get their opinions, still get their input, and then come here. Because, you know, Linda did say your power lies here. It does, but it was the people who voted you in here for that power. So remember that.
Is there any other, before we break for lunch, Ben, did you
I got a quick one real quick, I
comments?
think. Yeah, I got a comment on that one too, is that, you know, I guess I'm leaving here a little confused on both these comments from these people here, but, you know, that was one of the things I was running for council for, was that I was confused with, it was law and order code, I think it was. And, you know, 3 years ago, I ran for council, I didn't get in, I just kind of said, well, I'm just going to stop. You know, I mentioned that to council before too, that I, you know, wasn't going to, you know, any committees or anything, you know, just take a break, you know, and stuff, and, you know, just kind of lay low for a while and stuff, I guess. But, so that was one of my things, was that when it was changed in the law and order code for the, I guess it was the guns, you know, to hold the guns and stuff. I mean, to, you know, when we came to that hearing here, they did say, you know, well, it's outdated. Our ordinance and our law and order code is outdated, and we need to update them. So I was like, oh, okay. But for them, we didn't hear it. I didn't hear it anywhere. I mean, just like when I got on council, all these new things with the IHS, you know, with TLE doing a lot of new things. I was thinking, geez, I didn't know that. I mean, this was in the process of you know, I guess getting out into these communities, or not communities, but these organizations, and not letting us know, not letting us, you know, the people out there. And I'm an average guy. I mean, I can hear things here at the All Stop or anywhere else like that, or maybe on Facebook. I don't really look at Facebook as much, but you know, because I am out there doing stuff, you know, doing chores, things like that. So I really don't pay attention too much to Facebook. But you know, that caught my eye when they said they're taking away the guns. And I'm like, what? You know, what do you mean they're taking away the guns? Our government's taking away the guns. I said, geez, that's really interesting. I said, you know, that's what saved us, I guess, during, you know, the treaty rights, you know, for us to defend ourselves, things to that effect. I said, I was in the military, you know, and I you know, went to Iraq, you know, that's what I had to defend myself. So coming here, I was kind of shocked. And of course, some of the legislators or council reps that were there, you know, kind of took it not really serious. They just said, you know, well, we're on the radio right now, and you know, that's where we're putting it out to the people. You know, so I was like, whoa, wait a minute here. I said, geez, that's kind of a harsh attitude to take, you know, towards somebody who's concerned and who doesn't know what's going on about, you know, the law and order code or why they're taking away the guns. I mean, I consider myself a fair person, you know, somebody who can actually, you know, well, if you let me know what's going on, then I can kind of say, okay, that sounds about right. Okay, we need to. So when they said, well, we got to update the law and order code, I was thinking, oh, okay, well, then I didn't know that. You know, I didn't know that we had to do that stuff. But I guess this is the reason why we're here. So that's what I was kind of, you know, like getting on council for, because a lot of people did say that, hey, I'm glad that you're gonna stand up there, you stood up and talked about, the gun rights and everything like that, and I said, yeah. I said, but I think we need to put it out there to the people, and the same thing when I came here, when I first got on council with the IHS thing. I said, geez, I didn't know that. I mean, I heard about it. I said, well, I'm still one of those firm believers that, you gotta go out to the people and let them know what's going on, so that way they're aware of what's happening. And we're gonna have a lot of people in here that's gonna be, concerned, especially if you say, I'm gonna take away your guns. I think this whole thing was full, people saying, and so like, wow, that's really interesting. So, again, I did let the people know while I was campaigning that, I'm gonna be a strong voice to let people know what we are doing as council. Now, that does affect decisions, but, going back to the communities also to let them know and make them, at least aware of what's happening. Because as this with this IHS thing, there was really kind of confusion. They were saying, gee, they're gonna take away the IHS and, oh my God, all these programs. So again, I'm still kind of confused, but again, I'm a fair guy. I definitely believe going out there and getting the information about what's happening and then putting it out to the people to let them know what's happening and what's going on. Because I said, if we were gonna change this, it'd be just like how the state is, or even our government right now, which is in chaos. The House of Representatives in chaos because they can't find a speaker. I mean, I watch news all the time because in the military we have to watch news to see what's going on. So I'm like shocked. I mean, so they're not really listening to the people in their deal. They're just listening to their own constituents, which I believe here as a tribal government. And again, that's who put us in here was the people. I got 700 some people that voted for me, I believe, and those people, invested their, not really decisions, but their trust in me to say, hey, you're going to come up here and make the best decision possible on that council. So again, I still believe like going out to the communities to let them know. I mean, and that's why I think we decided to do a public relations person, I believe. And I mean, it doesn't have to be like we're going to have to make these decisions here right off the bat. It's more like just letting the public know what's happening, because I didn't know what's going on, and I'm just an average guy who is just taking care of my household, doing my everyday type stuff, But if it's a big change, because it does affect us here. I mean, anything affects us here no matter what. So I was just kind of shocked about it, and I was thinking, geez. I said, well, that's one of the reasons why I'm going to, run for council, is to try to get a voice for the people and be a strong voice for the people to let them know what's going on so that they can actually make their decisions. And there's still a lot of people who are confused. They still don't know what's going on. And I said, well, I'm confused too, because I've just got on this council and they're saying, hey, we're gonna compact the IHS. I was like, I don't know what that consists of. The only thing I know of compacting is with the casino when I was on the board of directors there, compacting the gaming office for the compact with the state for a gaming license. So I'm trying to relay that to the people out there of what they can do, rather than say, no, we're gonna get away from. I'm gonna say no to IHS because I don't want them to take over on it. So just letting the public know about what's going on, that's one of my biggest concerns, so that way we're aware of it. And of course, they're gonna have opinions. Everybody's gonna have their opinion. Everybody's gonna say, I don't think we should do it. People say, well, maybe that's a good idea, so, but I just wanna make sure that people are aware of what's going on, so that way they don't think we're, hiding things, or we're, we're trying to say transparency to make sure that we're letting people know about what's going on. And again, it's been there in the past where, that comes up a lot, is that, what are they doing? What are they talking about? So this public relations person that I don't know where that's at. That's what I'm hoping we can bring in. So that way they're sitting here and be able to put it on Facebook, put it out there on radio, little statements about what's happening. So, but those are things, again, when running for council, that's why I wanted to make sure is that, the people are aware of it. Because I said, geez, I wouldn't mind knowing that. Maybe I had a little input on something. So, but those are, I guess for me, just learning still. I mean, being here on council, I'm still learning. I'm still open to it. But just to make that comment and to put it out there, that's why I was running for council, to make sure that people are aware of what's happening, the changes that are being made, because we are evolving technology-wise, and again, too, people are getting older, and then we're losing a lot more of our knowledge from our older generation. But our next generation is going to have to understand that, because I do believe, we'll end up having to, I don't know, like get to go to society where we're going to have to rely on the state for stuff. We rely on the federal government for a lot of stuff. So. But that was my comment. I just wanted to put that out there just so people are aware of it. So thank you.
That's good. Let her respond.
And then actually in the bylaws of, the bylaws, it says duties of the councilman. It shall be the duty of each member of the tribal council to make reports to the community from which he was elected concerning the proceedings of the council. So that's the open door that you need to keep that door open. Go to your community meetings, make reports. If you want, you could even go on the radio, Koya, and they'll allow you time to make your reports and you'll reach a wider, audience, right? And it's good because, as council reps, you're gonna run into, now this is just like, I don't know how to say this. But it's, you're gonna, I just don't know how to say this. I really wanna warn you about something, but I don't know how to say it. Because I don't want to offend people, but this is a reality that you're going to deal with as once you occupy these seats. And I remember, I will tell you as a personal experience story, and that's how we teach anyway. Like those spider stories, Iktomi stories. You tell a story, but in there there's a moral that's being taught. But I'll tell you this, and it's not an Iktomi story, but when the first time I ever ran for council and I came on, boy, was I surprised. I'm the same. I never change. I'm just me. I don't really have I don't have a big ego. I accept myself as I am, like I'm just a regular person. I'm on the learning road and I'm constantly learning, and that's what brings me joy in my life, is learning by experience, by meeting people and so forth, listening to other people. That's my way of, that's me, my way of life. But when first time I ever came to council and the people put me here, I was really surprised because how the tribal employees started treating me. And maybe you guys noticed this too, how they treat you. I thought, holy smokes. They start treating you like they're there to do whatever you want, whatever you ask them to do. They're ready to bend, they're ready to bend the rules to do what you want them to do. And I thought about it and it scared me. And next thing you know, they gave me a check. I said, oh, okay. I just now started. I wasn't expecting a check right away. I turned around, they gave me another check. What? What? And so I thought, oh, well, maybe this is the second, because I knew they received 2 checks a month. So I thought, oh, this must be the second half of the month. But why are they giving them to me back to back? That's not so helpful, I thought. But that's what I noticed was people were really, and then there's council people that take advantage of that. You fall into that trap. It's like a trap. And you have to be strong within yourself, and you have to be, this is where it helps when you pray. Pray for strength, pray for your inner self to do right, to hang on to that, and not take advantage of these things that happen. You could easily fall into that, and next thing you know, your ego just, and then that's where people start saying, oh, they think they're little gods, but they're not. They're just like us. They're just, we're all the same. And so you have to be prayed up to not get caught in that trap. You really have to, because other people, even other people on the council, they're going to try to influence you. But maintain your individual way of thinking. Don't become part of a little, maintain your individuality. And you're here as an individual, not, we didn't vote for 10 people from my community to come here. We only voted 1, so that 1 is here. And so we want that 1 to think for themselves and not just come, not just follow the crowd. But if you think something is right, then pursue it. If you think something's good for the people, pursue that. And I heard that the big thing was transparency. The incoming council want to be transparent. And that is really good, because then you won't have that happening of like this big thing with IHS and taking over the IHS. Some of us are not in favor of that, and some are. But you have to listen to both sides of the story and really think ahead of the possibilities. You think about the possibilities of the harm that could come, of the good that can come. But you have one vote. And this is where you need to go out and let the people know. Don't just do it behind the curtain. Be upfront, because this is going to affect all of us. This is going to affect every one of us, not just presently, but future generations. So that's good to have that transparency. However, there is, when you talk about say you're going to go into a lawsuit about something, then you should go into executive session. They don't abuse executive session. Use it for what's right. And that is like when we're going to go into a lawsuit with somebody, you don't want to put all your cards out in front of whoever you're going against, because they're going to hear you, they're going to see you, and then they're going to be preparing themselves to answer everything that you put out there. So when in situations like that, or when you're talking about the casino and the problems there, or the revenue there, then you should go into executive session. Don't have it on the air, because if people know that our casino is having troubles, and people are not going to want to go there, and we can't do that. That's like shooting yourself in the foot. Things like that. But other things are personnel issues, because we don't want, as employees or individuals, we don't want our whatever we came to address you for, or whatever you're going to address us about, we don't want the whole world to know about that, because nowadays you can say it's the whole world because it's streamlined, and our tribal members who live in Japan or Australia or wherever, they could hear, listen in. So it's really is out there. And that's why, especially lawsuits, it's important not to have it on the air. So anyway, just.
And Emily, and then Phil had a comment, a question.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you again, Linda. Trying to find what my question was. It was a bit ago. So I think it just had to do again with what Ben was talking about the communication, and so like I'm really taking it serious on my part as a council rep to try to take back as much information as I can back to my community, or all, since we're at large, that becomes a little bit trickier of who you actually represent. But what I'm finding is so much happens in 1 month that I would take the whole day, let alone one 2-hour meeting, to be able to adequately and appropriately give all the detailed information that happens in 1 month. So I'm really wondering, while we all are in here, are there ideas, are there current existing structures or processes, or maybe we have to think outside the box and create one, but how can we get better communication out to our people in real time so that it's meaningful, so that they feel up to date? Because like even with the stuff with continuity between staggered terms and things like that, we're all tribal citizens, so we would be included in the people. So if our people were updated in all of these talkings and all of these ongoing, when we got onto council as new reps, we would still be informed because people would have been informed. But because there's a breakdown in that process and that knowledge only stays within these walls, that's an issue. And so how do we take that power away from the knowledge so that it goes to the people where it should be? I understand there's circumstances where not everything can be shared. But, I heard a suggestion is that's our responsibility, is to take that back to our people. But how do we ensure that all 20 of us are taking the same unified voice if there isn't one? So how can we make sure that we have a centralized knowledge database that is accessible by our people? How do we make sure that we have processes in place that our people are aware of? Because I'm on council now and I'm still not aware of everything, and that's an issue. And we talk about continuity and we talk about these staggered terms, but you know, I'm thankful for the previous council that are here, but I mean, even on our inauguration day, how many people were here to support us or send us off? Not very many. And even today, I understand that the previous council has had the opportunity to be trained, but not with us. They didn't have this training with us today. They weren't here to offer their expertise. They weren't here to offer that experience that they've gained before us, to share with us, to build us up. So I'm sorry that I'm coming across a little bit harsh, or sometimes I come across as a know-it-all, but that's not my intention. My intention is to help be this voice. And so again, I want to make sure that we can have discussion around some of these more difficult conversations, because if we don't, then nothing happens and it just stays the same. And so that's the only reason why I keep reiterating the need for communicating and communicating better with our people. Thank you.
I agree with you, and we always should strive to become more effective, more efficient at what we do. That's mean getting the information out to the communities, and sometimes we just have too much
But when a motion is ready for a vote, the presiding officer asks the secretary to read the motion back.
It calls for a vote. Okay, after debate is ended, any council member may require a roll call vote. And a council member shall answer yes or abstain or no, whatever. Okay, after the vote, blah, 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 simple majority, council members in session. And how that goes, in case of a tie vote, the presiding officer will break the tie. Okay, to make an amendment, first is to obtain the consent of the council members making and seconding the motion, but if that doesn't work, then you can make your own motion. Say, I move to amend the motion, and it shall be voted separately from the prior to the vote of the entire motion. Okay, all motions except to table, adjourn, or recess are debatable before a vote is taken. And I stress this section right here because a couple of weeks ago, or maybe, I don't know, 2-3 weeks ago, I heard a council representative get up to make a motion. I make a motion to table, and another council rep interjected, said, you can't do that because there's contracts out there, blah, blah. And somebody should call a point of order because there's no debate on the tabling motion. You either vote it up or down. But I heard he put his motion out there before he could even elicit a second. There was comments interjecting, so just died. So, so a proposer of the motion shall speak to it first and shall not speak against it, but they may vote against it. And during debate, remarks from the floor are addressed to the presiding officer and not directed to other debaters. All speakers shall avoid personalities, debate the issue, not the proposer. Presiding officer shall neither enter nor close the debate. Now, this is another incident that I talked to President Herman about, where I say, when it says shall, it's an intended provision. But if that doesn't work, then he can, if you look in the back, there's in the priority enforcement, where does it go? Priority enforcements. This tribal constitution, this ordinance, tribal ordinances, blah, 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 rulings of the chair. But if that doesn't work, then the last one is Robert's Rules of Order. Because I also listened to a meeting where somebody made a motion, it was held a second, and Scott asked for the question, but nobody would call for the question. And the parliamentarian assistant told Scott it was dead. That motion was not dead. At that point, Scott could have said, okay, nobody wants to call for a question, then I'm going to revert to Robert's Rules of Order, and that's where I gave you where is that? Gee, I gave everybody one but myself. Okay, then you could revert to, the chair puts a motion to a vote. So he could ask, are you ready for the question? If no one rises to claim the floor, the chair proceeds to take the vote. He could have just said, well, I can't get a question, so I am going to take a vote. And if they didn't like that motion, they could vote it up or down, because that's really an unhealthy action to take, because you're stifling the voice of the people. Because I'm sure the mover of that motion and the seconder, I'm sure they probably listened to the people, and this is what they wanted them to do. But instead of voting it up or down, the council decided not to call for the question. So it was declared a dead motion, which it wasn't.
And I did learn from that council, because I did talk to Jerry, like she said, and she said that the question is called for to end the debate. So next time, if I can't get a question, I will continue with the motion, vote on the motion. So that's how it's supposed to end. So.
Right. So, I'm going to go for it. Where is my, okay, here we go.
On the part where you're talking about making amendments, is that to the existing motion that's being made, or could that be a previous motion or any motion, ordinance? On section E? Would that apply only to the current motion that we were trying to make?
Obtain the, or you mean that, no, that's a motion on the floor. If you're gonna make it afterwards, and that comes to prior to motions there, it has to be made by a person who voted in favor of it that same or next day. And then after that, if they want to make a motion, then it could be someone else, if you want to make an amendment to it or whatever. Yeah, but this is for, so they won't be making a motion to amend it and then changing their mind, making a motion, and one day and the next day or whatever, and so that's.
So Jerry, so that's also, I know we discussed this, because that's also in the Robert Rules of Orders that if there's a motion on the floor and there's a time frame to that motion, because a month or two later, they can't bring it back up and change it, because in the Robert's Rules of Order and in the council, it states that it has to be that same day or the next day. So what happens if a motion is made months down the road to change that motion when it wasn't the person who made the motion or seconded the motion?
Who voted in favor of it?
Okay, so, and if they weren't even part of the board at the time?
And I don't know how you would know who voted in favor of it if it's that far down the road.
So that would be a no, because it was already a decision made like a year or several months later, correct?
Right.
That's what I thought.
But
Where was that time frame in here, just so I'm aware?
That was in the Robert's Rules of Orders. So when there's something here that in your council that you can't figure out, in the very end, it says the Robert Rules of Order, you revert back to that. So when you pull up the Robert's Rules of Order, it talks about a time frame, and it also mentions, unless you're at a convention where you're meeting several days in a row, then you can bring it up the next day. But any other time, because people are making, like you said, people are making motions, and then, several months down the road, it would have to be, the person who made the motion to bring it back up and to rescind it.
But then it also has to be in a timely manner?
Yeah, it has to be that day or the next day.
That day or the next day.
Not months down the road. That would be one book to get, is a Robert's Rules of Order revised for all council.
yeah, and then a second to the motion must be made before debate begins, and if there's no second within 15 seconds, then the motion dies. So you have 15 seconds.
So, and I know there was a couple times on the council floor where I heard a person make a motion, and all of a sudden they went into debate about another issue, and they totally forgot that motion. And so I said to Jerry, I said, so what happens at that time? Is that motion still open on the floor because the parliamentarian didn't ask for a second, or they didn't wait the 15 seconds? And so as a council rep, I would feel like I wasn't being heard. So I don't know what your answer was to that.
It has to be made if it's 15 seconds or it's dead.
Even if people debate, if they don't even call for the second?
Yeah, that's why the debate is supposed to be subject to it has to be subject to the issue on hand. It's not supposed to be run,
So it would be up to the council rep to say, excuse me, I made a motion, I need a second.
Yes, somebody call point of order, or the chair calls point of order. Yeah.
He has a question.
Chris, go ahead. I guess going further into it, these Robert's Rules of Order, because I've heard like old council members talk about it, they tried using it, but like, does it apply for every single thing that we do, or is it just something to refer back to? Like,
If something in this ordinance doesn't cover it, or if it's there's a provision for it, then you can go to Robert's Rules, say I'm reverting to Robert's Rules of Order, and this is.
Okay, when we use that language, though, then it really makes it seem like this has no,
So this
you
is
don't have
your
to,
first,
justify
this is
it.
your first.
Yeah.
And if, let's say the time limit. Someone had a question, and the time limit's in here, it says same day or next day, only by the person who voted in favor, but let's say it wasn't in there, then you would go, and then it says you would revert to your Robert's Rules of Order.
Yeah, so it only works in some cases then. So it only works in like some cases then.
If it doesn't exist in here, if something arose within council that doesn't exist in here and there's still a question, then you revert to Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, so, minutes of the meeting shall contain only, blah, blah, and everybody knows what the minutes are. And then enforcement and penalties. The enforcement of these rules of procedures rests with presiding officer, assisted by the sergeant at arms and any council member calling for a point of order. And penalties shall be as follows. So the first offense, during any one session, a verbal warning that the speaker is in violation of the tribal rules of order. On second offense, in any one session, warning from the presiding officer that the speaker is in violation of the tribal rules of order, which warning is recorded in the official minutes. On the third offense, during any one session, presiding officer will entertain a motion that the offender be excused from the remainder of the meeting. Any action of the presiding officer shall be open to a motion to appeal by ruling of the chair.
That's something that I had to look up on the beginning of the term, because I knew that there's some people that have to come and point of order more than once. So at the third time, I'll have to have a person make a motion to excuse that person because they violated the rules of order. So we'll just keep that in mind as everybody when we get there. So that's what needs to happen. So. Won't act up too many times, man. So anyway, those are the council rules of order. And if there isn't any more questions, I'm going to go on to the... On the first part there, I really wanted to share a story about previous chairmen. I really observed chairmen when they're up here conducting the meeting and stuff, so just learning. But I noticed that we always take this extra time to make sure we get quorum. We have business to do, and if we don't get it today, we're gonna have to do something else with it. And have all this time-sensitive stuff that needs to be approved, so we need to have a council meeting, but we trickle in 10:05, 10:15, 10:30, and people are calling in late. And so when Ralph Brand when he was the president of the tribe, he 10 o'clock, if you weren't here, he called the meeting. So, I mean, if he was walking in the parking lot and he seen you coming to make the quorum, nope, he wasn't inside the building. So we would go on with that. So if you guys want me to do that, I will do that. That's something that I thought. It's at your discretion, Mr. President.
Oh, I guess, I don't know if this is going to go into it, but you brought up how we don't follow these ordinances like you've seen it in just previous meetings not too long ago. How do we police ourselves in these situations? Like, how do we police ourselves in those situations? Like, do we bring these back up, or how, like...
The previous actions, and you probably...
Well, he brought up an example of someone made a motion, but then it was before it was even like even given a second chance. Another council rep came up and spoke about there's already laws in place for that. You can't do that. Like they didn't follow the procedure of the ordinance 8613. So
at that point, you can call for a point of order. Say this, we have these rules of order here that says, or you can even have the debate. You need a second. Okay, now we're going to go to Ordinance 8608, and this is the original ordinance, a copy of the original ordinance. You also have 8608 in your ordinance digest, but when I was reading it last night and I was going to highlight the parts I wanted to address, I discovered that there was typos for one thing, and then there was a omission on the is it 304? Oh yeah, 304. Yeah, it says, if you look in the front, it says 304 dissemination, 305 agenda.
but on that, copies that you have, it just goes to 304, and it says agenda. They omitted, by mistake, I'm sure, dissemination. So I just got the original, so I compared the one that's in your ordinance right now, Ordinance Digest. So I compared them, and there was no changes, no amendments, so then I just got...
Jerry, did you pass out copies?
Huh?
The copies for them? For what you talking about? No. Oh, you did? I did do it. Oh, you did? Those are extras. Okay, you don't have it. Sorry.
So anyway, so you can see in the front where they have the table of the sections, the resolution, ordinances, secretary, emergency legislation, enforcement, implementation. Okay, all resolutions or ordinances to be enacted by the legislative body of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe shall abide by the sections herein. Introducing resolutions. All resolutions shall first be submitted to a Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council Committee, which has proper subject matter jurisdiction. The exception being community resolutions. They don't have to go to a committee. I stressed it, I highlighted that part because in the past, the Government Affairs Committee, this is from a former council rep who has now passed on, but he's the one that got on the Government Affairs Committee, and he wanted all resolutions or all ordinances to go through the Government Affairs Committee. Whether the committees with a subject matter jurisdiction already went through the process, he wanted to go to Government Affairs Committee. So now everybody thinks that they have an ordinance, even though their resolution, their committee or commissions already went through the process, they think they have to take it to Government Affairs. The Government Affairs is actually to develop laws, new laws, right, Linda? To develop new laws, or like the Council Rules of Order, that could fall under the Governmental Affairs Committee, because I don't see what other committee it could fall under. And so if there's amendments to be made, the Government Affairs Committee could take that, as well as this one, legislative procedures. Because these were made in the four-year term, and that's why they were, the people that developed them, and Rose was part of them, and Frank LaPointe, he was a statesman. They took their role as a legislator very seriously, and they developed these laws and promulgated these laws. But right now, I think they need to be updated. There's some parts of it that should be updated. But on community resolutions, they shall be subject to subsections 301A, 303A, 304A, 305A. And that's where I discovered where that 301 is this, all resolutions shall be submitted to the secretary. They don't have to go through that review and compliance on page 4. They don't have to go through that review and compliance. But they do need a number from the secretary, and then the secretary shall submit copies of ordinance to the members of the tribal council. But otherwise, they're exempt for the rest of it. They don't have to take it through any committee because it's coming right from the communities. Any resolution that has been reviewed by a council committee of proper subject matter jurisdiction shall be submitted by the committee chairperson to the secretary's office, and each resolution reported out of the committees must have all these minimum requirements. The recognition, of course, that's the preamble. The citation of authority is in the preamble. And then the statement or purpose of the intent of the ordinance or resolution. And then Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council Committee referral statement. And then statement of authorization to the proper tribal government entity from the implementation. And the amending and rescinding, to amend or rescind a prior and duly approved resolution, a majority vote of the legislative body of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe shall be required unless such resolution to be amended or rescinded provides otherwise. Because some may have that in there, that they're not subject to this section. And And so and then ordinances, all ordinances shall be subject to section 100 resolutions, except subsection 102, community resolutions, and subsection 105, amending or rescinding for procedural requirements. And each committee of the council shall have at least one public hearing prior to subsection 103A on ordinances affecting residents within the exterior boundaries of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. So, I think that a lot of the ordinances that were approved should go back to the people, you know, so they could, should have a hearing so the people, if they have any, their pros or cons, they could come and address it. Ordinances regulating the procedure of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council itself and any of its committees, other tribal agencies and tribal officials shall be exempt from subsection 202A, public hearings. So that would be these ordinances. This is for regulating this body here. And to amend or rescind an ordinance, at least 2/3 vote of the full legislative body of the Rosebud Sioux tribe council shall be required unless such an ordinance is amended or rescinded provides otherwise. Now, 2/3, everybody has always said 2/3 is 13, right? But, and they've always got, so it's, I guess, de facto pass. So, and publication, any ordinance approved by the legislative body of the Rosebud Sioux tribe shall be published at least once in a local newspaper. And submission for resolutions and ordinances, all resolutions and ordinances shall be submitted to the Secretary of the Rosebud Sioux tribe no later than the last day of each month. And that's when she reads it, makes sure they have the minimum requirements, and then gives it a number. And that's what she does. She reviews them on review and compliance. And then she assigns and affixes a number. And then she shall submit copies of the resolution or ordinance to the members of the council. And see, this is where it says, Secretary of the tribe shall place on the tribal council's agenda all legislation to be considered for enactment. But in this day and age, there's, stacks of resolutions and stuff, so I don't think she could put them all on an agenda. That's why they fall under the committees and that has subject matter jurisdiction. For emergency legislation, 2/3 vote of the tribal council in session shall be required. On each resolution or ordinance to waiver all sections except subsection 104, minimum standards. Okay, the Secretary of the Rosebud Sioux tribe shall be empowered to enforce this ordinance. Any resolution or ordinance not in compliance with this ordinance shall not be considered by the legislative body of the Rosebud Sioux tribe for enactment. And the only thing this one doesn't address is, I talked with Linda about this, is the corporate resolutions. I have here, I didn't make a copy of it, I have here a resolution that was approved in 2016, whereas they were going to purchase some land for $135,000. And they quote that Article 4, Section 1C of the Constitution authorizes the council to purchase and otherwise acquire lands. And then it quotes a Section 5B and 5D of the corporate charter of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, authorizing the tribe to purchase property of every description, real and personal, and to borrow money for any purpose combined or consistent with federal and tribal law. So when this was approved, they should have recessed the tribal council meeting and went into corporate session, and then they would have. This would have been given a corporate resolution number. And then when they're done, then they could have adjourned the corporate session, went back into tribal council. And that's too...
Council, we used to do that quite a bit when it came to Redco because it's incorporated. So when they came over and had anything to be approved by resolution, we adjourn that meeting and go into corporate session and approve that legislation, or that resolution that they were presenting. We did that because if something ever happened, they would sue the corporation, not the tribe.
Right. And then the corporation, I mean, then the council, I think one prime example is when Redco was taken to court for that lawsuit. And then, I don't know if that's true or not, rumor has it that the tribe paid it because 2 of the officers signed it.
No,
So-
I don't think that's true, but
Is it?
I don't know.
But anyways, it's to protect the assets of the tribe, to go into corporate sessions. So it only pertains to what is there. So if there was a lawsuit to be brought forth, it would just be for like this land and this money right here, not any of the tribal assets. But that's not in the legislative procedure. And I was hoping when the Constitution came up, Linda would have went into that corporate.
Jerry, can you tell us the procedure for getting the floor from a member, tribal member? Kind of, if you get a floor for somebody that comes in that wants to sit and waiting and they want to participate in the discussion, does that person have to talk about, has to be able to talk about the topic that you're on, right? Before they can't get the floor and start talking about something totally different than what we do. You want to talk about that a little bit, or how we're supposed to do that? And it's kind of up to you guys if you guys want to get on the floor or not, but then anybody can object to that too, so.
Yes.
You want to talk about that?
It would be a point of order.
The parliamentarian would have to,
And it's happened before, remember, somebody came in and one of the floors, the representative got on the floor and then they started on a tangent about something else. And so they called a point of order and didn't let that guy speak.
because I think even in your rules of order, it states that if a person comes in and asks the council for the floor, it has to pertain to the business at
Right.
hand.
Right.
And the council can refuse
It's, yeah, it's
it.
germane to the issue on the
Yeah.
floor.
Yeah.
So who calls the point of order when they're getting out of hand?
Anybody can, you can call for
Any of the councilors.
can call point of order.
It's really, it'll be good practice to have your parliamentarian, who is your sergeant
Yes.
of arms, keep decorum and control of your council. So
Right.
they're supposed to be abreast and aware of all of your guys' procedures.
Kathy, go ahead.
Jared, before you want, while we're on this, just recently, I called a point of order, because I had read that, called a point of order, because there was something going on here, and I had suggested to our sergeant at arms, I said, you need to call a point of order, ignored me, I said, you need to call a point of order, still didn't do it, so I did it, to de-escalate the situation. So, I don't know if that's why you're asking that question, or just wondering, but.
No,
But we had,
just
we
curious,
had,
like when people come in and they start yelling at us
Yeah.
and things like that.
we had to do it in the past, because like she's saying, Scott's saying, we're on a topic, and if you start talking and then you start going something else, we're never gonna get business done. And if it's escalating into being argumentative, we're professionals and we're supposed to behave in a professional manner. You were right.
No, I was referring to when people come in and they have the floor.
Go ahead.
And that brings us into another part of our discussion here. When you guys have decorum here around the council, it's, people are supposed to stand up. If they can't stand up, they can sit, but each person's supposed to stand up and address the chair. Which means that your parliamentarian, who is your sergeant of arms, shouldn't be sitting up there. In fact, he should be sitting by one of these doors in case someone does come hollering at council, saying things so that he can take control and say, we need to have you removed. So really, the only 4 people up there are your president, your vice, your secretary, and your treasurer. Your parliamentarian should be sitting by the door, and when it's time to count, he comes around and counts your votes so that he can.
Yeah, when you get the floor for somebody, Michelle, you're supposed to ask the council if there's no objections. I'll get the floor for a tribal member. And if one of them objects, they don't get it.
Yeah.
So,
Just takes one objection.
that just takes one objection, so. Go ahead, Ben.
I got a quick one there. Can we, I mean, wouldn't we let them know what's expected of them? Because I mean, just coming off fresh off the street, they probably wouldn't understand. But can we just let them know? I mean, as a council rep, I would turn around and if they want the floor, I say, well, you gotta remember, there's things, 3 minutes, you're limited, and things like that. Can we, because I think that's the only thing.
I've heard council people ask them, is it pertaining to what we're talking
Yeah,
about?
that's what I'm saying, yeah. But I mean, I just give them a heads up before we actually give them the floor. If they do go off, then I would say, yeah, hey, you gotta check that. So that's the only thing I'm thinking is that's what I would do, just let them know that you gotta stay on topic, you got so many minutes to talk. I mean, we all don't want to be rude and say, well, an elder's gonna speak and you're gonna give them like 10 minutes, 15 minutes or something like that. But I just want to make sure that we relay that to them. So I was kind of curious on that too, just to give them a heads up before we give them the actual floor, if they would get the floor. Thank you.
Ray and then Emily.
Yeah, I just wanted, so clarification on 2/3 is 14?
If you calculate it, it comes out 13.33333. So that's why back in the day, they said it's 13. But, one attorney said, well, you can't take, it's like a person, you can't take part of a person. So it should be 14.
Yeah, it should have been 14, but when Sandman, it's already in the court system where it was 13.
Okay, so
precedence was set.
anytime we do
That's what
emergency
you call de facto
legislation,
tax.
anytime we do emergency legislation, we need 13 votes in order for it to, and if it still passes as a majority that is here, it still doesn't get forward.
You still need the
Still need 13.
Jerry, 13 of those present are 13 of the total council.
It says 13 of the entire council.
So we always need 13.
And then the other thing too, in here, it doesn't, reference our, any, petition resolutions.
The what?
Petition resolutions.
Oh, it's not in there. I don't know who was supposed to be, somebody's supposed to be, that could go to government affairs. But on this one right here, this isn't part of my presentation, but this came up in our meeting. But because we revert to Robert's Rules of Order when there's nothing that addresses it, this is in reference to, this came about because when they're making nominations for a committee, one councilman got up and nominated 3 people at one time. And so then to revert back to Robert's Rules of Order, it says,
One nomination?
yeah. It says a member cannot nominate more than one person for an office until everyone has an opportunity to make nominations. So at that point, if the body had known about this, they could have called the point of order and said, you're only allowed only one.
And we did talk about having the council bring it back up because they did violate your guys' constitutional right, one nomination, one vote.
Right.
So committees could be brought back up again.
So Jerry, also, when you notice a discrepancy like that, you can bring it back to the floor to make corrections. And you can say, oh, apparently we overlooked this. I make a motion to reconsider this motion made on such and such date. So you put that back on the floor and then you say for the record, we're doing a correction and I make a motion to such and such. Yeah, so you can always go back and correct your mistakes. You don't have to say this is a precedent, because there's bad things that they call precedents, but they're not really precedents, that they're in violation of a policy or a law.
Just because it was done wrong once, doesn't mean you can do it again.
Yeah, and it has to stay that way. So I always try to correct it.
Thank you, Victor. I just want to ask first, I have a couple questions, so can I ask all of them, or do you want to wait till wasn't sure if you were done with your presentation or not? Okay, thank you. The first one I had was kind of related, or was exactly related to what Ray brought up about the math of 3/4 or 2/3. And so I just wanted to reiterate, we need to fix that because that is not, it's basic math. 13 is not the same as 2/3. It needs to be 14. So I don't know what we need to do moving forward, even though precedence was set to reaffirm the math in that.
It was in court though.
Yeah.
A court decision was made.
But I mean, we're the council and we can make our laws the way we are, so I'm just asking what the proper protocol would be
That's why I
moving
said
forward to
that-
reaffirm the math of our laws.
I see you want to reaffirm 13?
No, that is not math.
Okay.
That is not
Okay.
very math, it'd be 14.
But, like I said, that's something the Government Affairs Committee can work on.
Oh,
and bring
awesome.
back.
Okay, I can bring that up. Okay, so the next question that I have then is who checks that and who enforces that? So who, would it be the secretary's office? Would it be somebody else that would check those types of things? And then the enforcement part, I heard you say that we could make a motion to kind of but wouldn't it be invalidated? Like, wouldn't it not even have been validated if we passed an emergency legislation resolution with only 11 votes? So who would challenge it?
I will never challenge it, and if you,
But as a council, like, how can I address
The
that?
ordinance says that the secretary shall enforce this ordinance.
So I would need to make the secretary aware of that, because we have so many resolutions that are coming through that don't cite the committee that they're coming from, and that's one of the main things in here.
That's her-
So
that's
that
her
would balance the bill.
responsibility.
Then there's so many that are on emergency legislation, but they weren't asked to be presented as emergency legislation at committee. Again, invalidating, not following our own rules, because it still needs to go to committee. And then we have some that have made it to council full floor, presented as emergency legislation, and do not meet the two-thirds, and again, invalidated. So what is our option in those? Is that my responsibility to go back and research all those and find all that and bring them to this body?
Make a motion for the secretary to do it.
That's her job. It says it right there in that ordinance. Ordinance is another word for law, so.
Okay.
The law says she does it.
Okay, thank you. So then my next question then would be on, wait, now where am I at here? So we have ordinances and we have resolutions that we just discussed, but where does the creation of a chartered entity fall into that? Because it's my understanding that those are resolutions that create those chartered entities, but some of our chartered entities are taking away the responsibility and authority that our ordinance is set up, and if our ordinances sit higher than a resolution, I'm wondering how that is possible.
The chartered entities are?
Yes. Like, for example, we have a new chartered entity that created a health board, and it doesn't address any amendments to the current existing ordinance for the health board, yet it takes all responsibility and authority away from the tribal council and puts it with this new health board. It didn't go through, it doesn't have the cited community committees in the resolution. The resolution was voted 11 present, 10 in favor. So all of those things, in my mind, invalidate that because we're not following the procedure. But it's passed and it's being enacted, and that's a really big deal. So that's one of the examples that I'm trying to ask for clarity on how to address that.
That should have been written with the secretary's office. She should have done it. But
so how do you correct it?
I don't know. How do you correct
You have to put it all back on the board.
Yeah, Linda, in my opinion, it would be a valid charter.
It's not, I mean, but I'm not a legal expert, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, that's my opinion. It wouldn't be a valid charter.
So what the council does when they send a charter, they're giving that charter that authority.
Okay, remember your constitution. Read your constitution, get it firmly into your mind, because when you hear this kind of discussion, you're gonna remember that under the powers of the council,
What did I do with
You-
my constitution?
it says to delegate to subordinate boards or tribal officials, the communities, cooperative associations, anyway, these foregoing powers, and reserving the right to review any action taken by virtue of such delegated power. So all these chartered entities, committees, they are, you, the council, delegated authority to them, but you reserve the right to go in there and look at what they're doing at any time, and if they're not doing right, then you step in and correct it. And that has happened, like with St. Francis Indian School. They suspended the charter because of the things that were happening there. And then they went in and dealt with it. They appointed a temporary board and all that, and then eventually they got their charter was reinstated. But that, the council can at any time go in there and you have that.
But
to, I don't even know the right word, check on that to challenge the validity of even the creation? Because I mean, what you're saying is if they're already created and they're a chartered entity, what I'm saying is I don't think that they should have even been created to be developed as a chartered entity because they didn't follow procedure.
Then all you need to do it is reconsider the resolution that brought them into being. And then it will open up the discussion. The resolution is important. It's a first step because, oh, I'm sorry, Sherry. She's doing the legislative. She can explain that, the steps, resolution, ordinance, charter, whatever, and how to go back and rescind it.
I'm just going to see the charter in the ones that we went over today. So that was another question, is where do they fall in the procedural?
Right. So, like she said, you could, when you try to review it, and
Do you have a document that oversees the charters that I could familiarize myself with?
There's nothing in there that addresses the charter, but also,
This is in the Constitution.
yeah, it's in the Constitution. It says you have the right to review and but it doesn't outline the process.
Okay, thank you.
So that could be another thing for governmental affairs to develop an ordinance to,
Process it.
yeah.
I think there's a charter section in the law.
And that would be, that's what governmental affairs is for.
Chris, I have a question, Jerry. To develop on the
Just for my clarification. There are a lot of ordinances and a lot of constitutional bylaws that really clash with each other. Because what Emily's asking are really valid questions, but the answers that we're getting are kind of letting me know that we really need to update all of our codes.
Right.
Correct, okay. And then going forward with the charters, what would that look like? Like a quarterly evaluation or something?
They do an annual report, anyone.
Annual report.
They gotta give a report to the tribal council annually, and whatever, however they became a charter, it's spelled out in that charter, how you, if you wanna go in there and make some changes, it spells out on how you remove board members, everything like that, so.
It's on the agenda, on your council rules of order, what's supposed to be on your agenda, and then further down, it tells when this organization, quarterly reports and annual reports.
And then they have their own boards to govern them. So St. Francis Indian School, Cinta Gleshka, Redco, all of them have a board that assists with the governance of that. Then they come here annually, quarterly, and make the report.
And then that's where we can make that justification to see if you want to rescind or pull back the charter.
Well, that's what, I agree with Emily, that's not a valid charter, because it.
And we're talking about the health.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
So
that's,
they could research that and bring.
yeah, I think I questioned that the other day too, because from my understanding, it wasn't a valid already talked about.
Also, Jerry, I think what Emily was getting at was, recently, if a charter was created for something, I don't know what, but you can bring it back to the floor and you can state your reason why that I feel this wasn't properly addressed and passed. And put it on the floor, table it until you refer it to governmental affairs or attorney or whoever you want to review it to make sure it follows all the checks and balances of whatever charter it is. Right? That, put it back on the floor and just and table it back to get corrected. Was that your point, was how to correct
Yeah, I
something
was
that?
wondering what we could do moving forward, because it kind of sounds like we were stuck with it, but in my mind, I don't think we should have to, sorry for not signing up, I don't think we should have to validate something that isn't correct or didn't follow. And so I was told, we have to follow that procedure in there, which is, a little bit more strict to get changed, whereas if it didn't even qualify to meet what it needs to have to be a chartered entity, then that should invalidate all of that charter, which then reverts back to not being in existence, in my opinion, but I'm not a lawyer, that's just why I'm asking.
Something to address to our.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious about that. kind of following, tracking what Emily's saying about that, but, I mean, you know, these are things that we have to, I guess, address and also act on and stuff, but in the meantime, you know, in this case here, it's already being acted on too. I mean, it's already moving forward, so it kind of gave us, you know, no, you know, like when we came in, we were saying, well, what the heck happened here? So, but anyway, I'm just thinking that it's still moving forward. I mean, they're still meeting and stuff, so, you know, how do we go about that too? Because that board is still meeting, and we're just thinking like, what are we going to do here? Because it's not, I mean, yeah, according to our bylaw, that's why we're having this training today, and I'm glad that we are having this training, because yes, this is the proper way to be doing this stuff. So, but you know, this is something we'll have to look back. And again, you know, I know we've said this several times during our campaign and stuff that, you know, well, that new council can come in and start messing things up. You know, well, we want to make sure we're following our policy and procedures, our ordinances, and everything else to it. So, but anyway, that I'm just kind of I guess the comment to that is that the board is still acting a lot of stuff that's on her, and now we're going to be confusing the programs that are under it, because they're going to say, oh, you're supposed to be going over there, and hey, wait a minute, it wasn't right. So, but anyway, I just want to make sure that we get this done properly, and I'm glad we're having this conversation and this training, because again, that's what this training is here for us to do, is make sure things are done properly and let the public know that it's supposed to be being put in place properly. So that's, I guess that's what my just comment is that we need to make sure we get this taken care of right away, because otherwise, for me, I say the same thing too, is that we're doing something that we're not supposed to be doing. We're violating, you know, the Constitution, or, you know, violating something. So we got to make sure that we're doing the right steps, because if we don't do it, somebody else can come in and do it for us. You know, whether it's going to be legal counsel, you know, a lawyer, or something to that effect. So, anyway, that's just my comment on it. So, thank you.
Lila, go ahead.
I just had maybe a concern or question, however I put it out there, but when we extend out a charter, where, like you said, we're reserving the right to a certain point with the tribe. We're authorizing them, they have their board, they have their business in place, the program, whatever it is. But since I was on council before, and like now, it seemed like I brought that up one time, I know Kathy brought it up one time, and it seemed like it was just the worst thing in the world. But I don't know what that was about, but every charter has to come and report to the tribe, report to this body, and give an update. And I think that hasn't, I don't know if that's something in the future that happens, or do we execute that here? Do we ask for that to happen? And then we set it up where they came here and then they give us the report? Or is it valid enough for them to just give us a written report? Or do they have to come in person, a charter program, to give us a report? Because they're supposed to report, but do they just give us something in writing, or do we have them come here? What's the process for that?
For the annual quarterly reporting?
Yeah.
You usually put it in writing and come to.
Okay, simple?
Yeah.
All right.
And,
And when that happens, is there a time set? Chairman, do we have a time schedule for that? How do you handle that?
I'm not sure how that is. We have usually put on our charter, we have to report annually. And in the past, I just kind of called them and set up times, and they actually, like SGU, they were having a heck of a time coming back and reporting, and so
Actually, it says by the president.
yeah, so, but I usually schedule that, you know, making sure I usually schedule them in, so.
Actually, in your council rules of orders, it says the quarterly annually are given by the president or vice, not the entity.
Supposed to be on the back of their agenda.
It's supposed to be given by the board?
The president or the vice.
That's what it says. Oh, vice or of all boards, yeah.
Yeah, we've always called their boards in and their admin in, and they all got a report, and they all have a little part in the report, like St. Francis, and even SGU, they came in one time and they give a report on all the parts of running the college and that kind of stuff, but I don't think I know enough about to give a full report. I think
Just as oral or written.
Yeah, I'm not over there.
I was just talking with Linda, and one solution is that you could suspend the charter and put them back under the president or the council, the health board, until you can review it and proper procedure is followed. Because right now, that really isn't, and in my opinion, it's not a valid charter. But you could just suspend it and so then put them back underneath the tribal council and the president.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Jerry, I don't know if you covered resolution yet, because I had to step out for a minute. But while these are sitting in front of me, I'm going to bring this up because the 6 years I sat here before, I was very adamant about not signing petition resolutions unless they were emergencies. Because to me, and from what I was taught since I became a council rep, is that what's contained in here? Who do we ask? This is in front of us. Where's our discussion? Where's our debate? We are not in an official session with a piece of paper. We're in an official session to make decisions about money or anything imperative and important to this tribe when our president calls us into session. So when we're signing these, we're not even officially signing them. Yeah, we're officially sworn in as council reps, but when we're outside that door, or when we're not in a convened official meeting, we're not in session. So these are documents that hold a lot of weight. I was reading these that are in front of me. I have questions. When we sign these resolutions, they go through. We talked about this earlier, about making decisions hastily. Okay, if they're put in front of us and we need this right away, depending on what the content is, how do we know we're making a sound decision if we don't have the people presenting them to us for us to ask those questions?
Right.
And so in the past, I always said, I mean, some people get upset at me, but I say, no, I don't sign petition resolutions. Not unless it's regard to funding that is on a deadline to be spent. It has to be something that's very crucial for me to sign a petition resolution. These two that are before us right now, I'm not going to sign them.
We discussed both of them. I just wanted to.
Who did?
Council, because it's about the clothing orders, and they needed the money to get out
Okay,
of the.
well, I didn't read both of them, but the first one I read, I have questions on it. I'm not going to discuss it because we're being listened to. But I still stand on, unless it's imperative or crucial, I won't sign a petition resolution because I have questions with no one to answer them. And so, your opinions, is it valid? Is this really something that we as a body are legally and officially doing when we have a petition resolution? We're not in session. Do we have that authority to be making those decisions?
So I think if the president who runs the day-to-day operations says, yes, you can take a petition resolution around. So he's giving us that authority under his constitutional authority. So when we go and he says, yes, you can do that, then that means that he's aware that there's council that are not in session that are going to be signing these. And usually, I mean, I hate petition resolutions. I really do. But when you guys don't have meetings and you guys don't have your committee meetings and we can't meet and things need to get done and 2-3 weeks pass and we have no choice, then we have to do it that way because the day-to-day operations doesn't stop when council meetings don't occur or committees don't occur.
That's the imperative.
Yeah, so I think with his approval, because under Constitution, the president has the authority to do day-to-day, and if he says, yes, you can take this around, it's under his authority that you guys are also signing, the ones that are signing it. But with that said, there is still a process. You have to go to the secretary's office. They have to give it a number. It has to be on their format or whatever. And then when you sign it and you bring it back, it has to have the stamp. then you can use it, but then my understanding is it comes forward here for further approval.
There is another side of that to keep in mind. I'm not disagreeing with you, Lori, but you also have people that will take advantage of a petition resolution for reasons not to have to go through everyone. It's a shortcut for some people when it should come here. And he's busy he's busy at times. I mean, he doesn't really have time to sit down and thoroughly go through, and I mean, I don't know if you do or not, but I'm just under assumption is that I've seen it in the past where people, oh God, I forgot to do my resolution, and then hurry up and get it over Secretary's office and get it out to everybody, when they should have made the time to go to the committee meeting. If the committees aren't meeting, and that's part of my reason for bringing that up, because committee weighs a lot on decisions causing and creating resolutions to occur. So it hurries up, and it's sometimes they're made in haste. So that's my point, is that if it's imperative, if it's crucial, if it's on a deadline, better business management within some programs. I know some grant deadlines come up, yes, we got to get those met. But when there are other issues where that program presenting that resolution should have made that extra time to make and take those steps to do these accordingly, it's good to have discussion and debate. People have knowledge that it's different from each other. So some issues that come up, it's good for us to talk about them. But if it's not coming to us, we can't talk about it. So like on a deadline, yes, I agree. Funding, I agree. If Scott feels comfortable.
I try to read them thoroughly before I even approve them or put my mark on there to do a petition, so that's my side, so.
Or he asks questions.
Chairman? Oh, go ahead, Emily.
Kathy, I want to thank you for bringing this up, because since I've been on, I've been caught in the middle myself, because I totally agree with what Kathy said as far as, like, I worked for the tribe for over 10 years, and I know that people took advantage of that process, but I also know that there were times where committees didn't meet, and so I could see both sides of it. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that when you approve those, that it could have like a little note on it that said they went to X, Y, and Z meeting, they didn't meet. Or maybe the secretary signs off and says no quorum for the last month. Or maybe it's time sensitive due to funding or something like that. But like those types of things really would help. Because I know some people, like Alvin, for example, he was running around getting all those signatures. He went to committee, he had everything, and these things weren't meeting. You know what I mean? And they are time sensitive, whatever. But I also know, again, I don't have any examples right in front of me, but in the past, where people, like Kathy said, do take advantage of that to avoid having, I don't know, discussion or whatever. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, is there a simple kind of check off or even your kind of note before it comes to us? Because like sometimes when they're taking these around, we're all at home or we're at a different meeting or we're not together. And so like last time I was presented and I only had one, I couldn't see who else signed it. I couldn't see no attachments like invoices or anything like that. So I would really like to see kind of a policy requirement.
Let's continue discussion at a council meeting, okay? You guys can decide, so. Play Rose.
Okay, and there's a real simple answer to this dilemma. And when I was on the council at the 4-year term, a councilman was taking a petition resolution around. And I told the council there is no procedure or policy for a petition resolution, and I wouldn't sign it. The councilman came to my adult community meeting, and he told the community on me, I guess. So he asked them to make a motion directing me to sign the petition, and he had it. He showed it to them. He had it right there. So they did. They passed the motion ordering me to sign the petition, but I got up and I said, no, there's no policy for it. There's no procedure. I'm not going to sign it. So I didn't. So he stormed out of there. But the simple thing is the governmental affairs to create a policy. That's all you have to do. And I was on this council 35 years ago or something. Just create the policy, create the procedure, a checklist for a petition resolution. They have to meet this and this and this, so it won't get abused. So people won't be using that new policy for every resolution.
Or you could just amend the legislative procedures. Yeah. For the resolutions and add that. So it does need updating.
It needs criteria. When that happens
to the VI, well, at that time, the superintendent, remember that, Linda? Court. She said because it mentions petition resolutions in our constitution, that the VIA recognizes petition resolutions. That's why they just opened the door for it. And that petition resolution they're talking about is for the constitution of amendments. It's got to be signed by so many council members.
Chris?
I just have a question, because, are these resolutions, petition resolutions, are they considered like emergency, or emergency too, or, because how would they go about the voting process? Because I know that in the past, when petition resolutions have been signed, there have been other council members that had no clue that they were even being passed around. So like, is there like a set number that they have to get to before they even, for them to get passed? Or like, is everyone, like, is that?
Same as when we're in here.
So it's just, so they just like 11.
Majority, yeah.
That's like,
The first 11 that they can get to.
yeah, and so then, politics.
That every single councilman has to have the opportunity to read
Please
that.
raise your hand before you speak.
Sorry.
And stand, no.
Yeah, and when that petition comes back for, and they approve it by a majority, that comes back to the council to ratify it. And then basically, the council is saying that I recognize those signatures that are on it, and that I didn't sign it, or something like that, so. That's the part of ratified, but the resolution is actually passed. It's just a formality to come in and ratify it afterwards. Ben?
So there's no policy on this then, or? There's nothing on it? That's what I'm saying, so, I know Ray just asked about it just earlier, and she just said, look at the, so, there's no policy on this, so, but yet we're doing it, it's a violation? Yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying, there's no policy on it, so how, and so I'm just kinda curious, that's kinda what we need to figure out, I guess, but. We'll make a policy. That's what I'm saying. Hey, thank you, Chair.
Or if it passes and we disagree, how do we bring it back up?
That's why I said we need to, you guys have your.
Jerry.
Do you want to continue, or do you want to make some closing comments about your presentation, or anything that popped in your head that you want the council to know?
No, I think they asked.
Okay, all right. Are you guys done with Jerry then?
Are you done with me? Okay, thank you. For the opportunity. Here, and this is the first time in history that the council brought in tribal members, directors, and whatever, with their knowledge and expertise, instead of outside people.
Michelle?
I think all this information that we're getting today from these ladies is really beneficial, and I'm just wondering why they don't do this prior to council getting sworn in. Like, yeah, if we can set it up for future council reps that are getting sworn in, they can do this.
I think I kind of said that when I was setting it up. I said, my fault, I should have done this way before, knowing that what usually they want to have somebody from the outside come in, and you have to look for money to do that, so it was just easier the way to do it this way, so I think we'll continue to do this.
Prior to any decisions being made anyway, because like, we're learning and we're making mistakes apparently, and now we have to think back on how to fix everything. But if we had this beforehand, then we would have knew better.
That's exactly what I recommended, if you could, our ordinance vote.
Yeah.
The positive is that we're doing it now.
Yes, thank you guys.
Yeah, we started something.
Okay, we have one more presenter.
Two, Lisa,
Okay.
Lori, sorry. And sorry if I don't stand up, I'm having an issue, but, and I'll try and hurry because I know some of you have to leave. Mine is, Jerry passed out the ordinance 8604, and that's the ordinance to implement bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's Constitution. And we could just go through it quickly because I think Linda touched on it a little bit, and then Jerry mentioned it a couple times. But what this ordinance does, it spells out exactly the duties and responsibilities of the officers and the tribal council individually. Oh, let me say real quick that I'm giving you a gift of a pin, and then that other page that Jerry's passing out is the what was written by one of our esteemed elders, Lloyd One Star Senior, when he designed the flag of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. And so, and that's the explanation that goes along with the flag.
Thank you. I've never seen that before.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I've never had one of these before. I feel official.
It's an official.
Everyone gets one but Scott.
Other tribes always have something like this on their account.
I need one for my mom.
So apparently for me it is, but you know.
Okay, so as we go along, go ahead and ask questions, because we'll just go down the list. So duties of the president, and this is coming straight from the Constitution, but then Franklin Point wanted us to define every duty that was spelled out in the Constitution, which we did. So the president shall manage and administer the affairs of the tribe, and in the Constitution it says, subject to the resolutions and ordinances of the council. So he shall enforce tribal council resolutions, ordinances, and instructions, inform the tribal council prior to representing the Rosebud Sioux tribe in external affairs, report to the next tribal council meeting any involvement in any external affairs on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, supervise tribal employees, enforce the personnel policies and procedures manual of the Rosebud Sioux tribe, implement an organizational structure after review by the tribal council, obtain concurrences of the tribal council for political appointees. So number 2, the organizational structure. There's several organizational charts that the tribe has, and every now and then one of the office says, where's the organizational chart? And we can't pinpoint one. I know RDO might have one and some other office, but my office is working on one. And then when we're completed, we'll give it to the president, and then he can show it to the council. If you want any changes or additions or any suggestions, we'll be open to that. Yes.
Is that the org chart where it's got our echelon of the people, the council, the president, and so forth?
Right.
All the programs?
For the programs, all the programs, how they fit in that organization. And then the obtain concurrence of the tribal council for political appointees. I heard you guys talking about that last meeting, so you're probably on that.
There was a question on that, and I was under the understanding that, and I've always thought that when we first get into office, we organize our office, we hire our people, we bring those people to the tribal council by resolution, the council approves of my staff. But after that, then it's up to me if I have some turnover to be able to appoint who I want to appoint to.
Yeah, that's how it's been, and you don't have to come in every time.
Right. So
that's how it's been, and it's totally up between you and the president how you want to handle that after that. But he can bring in by resolution his list of names of who he wants to start. I don't know why they did that, I don't know the purpose behind that. Linda or Jerry probably do, but it's always been that way.
I disagree with that because in the bylaws and the Constitution, it states, obtain concurrence of the tribal council for political appointees. So no matter how many times staff turn over, they're still political appointees and they still need to be brought in front of council for approval. That's how this reads, to me anyway.
I got some, like I said, I used Linda, so when that came up that day, I went out and asked her about it. That's what she gave me. So.
Yeah, and I don't know where that is, but it's in here that states that. And we're always telling people, go back to your resolution, your constitution, your ordinances, whatnot, and that's what it states here. Unless there was an amendment to it, and it's somewhere where the amendment states that after the first time, the president or vice doesn't need to go back through, but still it states here they need
But-
to.
So you can just inform the council every time. And, okay, so then, be subject to tribal council resolutions, ordinances, and instructions. That's on page 2. Report to the tribal council within 30 days of the status of approved resolutions, ordinances, and instructions. That, yeah, I need to do that. Preside at all meetings of tribal council. Vote at the tribal council meetings only in case of a tie. Call special meetings of the tribal council. Now, this is straight out of the Constitution, so of course you know that the president and officers do way more than just that. But, any questions so far? Yeah, but,
So if there's a tie, and, did we just go through that recently?
We did, there was a tie where somebody changed their vote, and so that reverted back to, I think the vote was 6 and 7, or 7 and 6 in favor of it. So somebody changed their vote, so they took that back and they voted the other direction. They voted no on it, so they, actually the motion was basically not, it died.
Yeah, so that, does he reserve the right, the chairman reserves the right to not vote if they don't want to?
I'm sure you could abstain.
I've never done that because there's always say that if you abstain, it's actually just a no vote. Yeah,
It's just a what?
It's a no vote, so, I've never, if I come into that situation, I won't vote, I won't abstain, so, that's just me, so.
Also, that night, I think I was watching it on YouTube, but I think one of those secretaries come back in here. When someone changes their vote in the middle of a vote, I think you should have a re-vote, a recount, vote over, instead of just crossing it off and putting the vote over here. They should have called for a re-vote of everyone, just to make it clear.
Yeah, you have, if you make a vote, you change your mind and you want to change it, you have a right to make to say that Chairman, come up here and I want to vote no. I change my vote.
That's not a written policy?
Yeah, it's in a written policy.
Without re-voting?
Without re-voting.
Oh, wow.
Just change your vote, so.
Which document?
No, I wrote it in I think it was in the council rules of order at one time, I read that, so.
We can go back to that when Jerry gets back in here. Okay, and then call special meetings of the tribal council. And then the duties of the vice president, section 2, assist the president when called upon to do so, be responsible for the same duties as the tribal president when so delegated by the tribal president or the tribal council, preside at tribal council meetings in the absence of the president, have all the rights, privileges, duties, and responsibilities of the president when presiding in his absence, vote at tribal council meeting only when presiding in case of a tie. Okay, any questions? Duties of the secretary. The secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe shall keep a full report of all proceedings of each regular and special meeting of the tribal council, review and/or issue official news releases on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux tribal government. Perform such other duties of like nature as the tribal council shall provide by resolution from time to time. Prepare the tribal council meeting agenda and include requests from the constitutional officers, tribal council members, and legitimate petitions. Request and file minutes of the tribal community meetings and all tribal council, committee, board, or commission meetings. So actually, the communities are supposed to be turning their minutes into the tribal secretary's office. And maybe she should remind the communities. So like, I think Linda said, people always want to come in and get the minutes from the meeting, especially people getting home sites or approvals of something in their meeting. They need those minutes to get attached to their home site request. So the secretary of the community should be turning their minutes in, or the chairman of the community. Jerry, they have a question on voting. changing a vote during a motion. Okay, I said they should re-vote, like, just say the vote went through. And then someone says, oh wait, I want to change my vote to yes rather than no. Then they just change it right there on the paper. But
After the
President said
vote count has been made, they decided, said, no. I changed my
After the
mind.
whole count's been made?
Yeah.
No, maybe during the, well,
The
the
count?
counting, he'll say,
We voted already on it,
Yeah.
and then they turned around and said, I want to change my vote.
that's when he makes a motion to reconsider and,
Revote.
but then he didn't vote, did he vote in
No,
favor?
we didn't vote on it, they changed it before we actually voted on it, so.
We voted, it was 7-6, and then after it was gonna pass, then she changed and said, I wanna vote no, and so it changed it from passing to not passing. After, yes.
Once it's passed,
I
it's
don't
done.
think he declared it motion, whatever, but it was after we all voted.
So once the vote's passed and it's been voted on, they can't change it. Is that what you're saying?
Once it's been voted on, no.
Once it's been voted on, they can't change it. I'll have to get some clarification on that, because I've read that someplace where you have so much time to be able to change it.
If they voted,
Because we've done that in
Yes, they
the
can.
past, they can go in and submit some type of documentation to the secretary's office saying they wanted to change this to vote on this issue here, so I've seen them do that, so.
well, they shouldn't have done
Okay,
it. We shouldn't alter anything
Yeah, so-
after it's been approved here.
okay,
It was in the middle of being approved, if I remember your council meeting.
yeah,
They voted on it, and before the final count,
yeah,
she said, no, I changed my vote. So they changed it, and I remember Scott saying, so do I need to break the tie? And she said, no, there's still no tie. It's still 6-7.
yeah.
So it was in the midst of them, there was no, they didn't pass it. They didn't pass it that night, but they were still in the middle.
But we had voted, we knew the count. We knew the vote count, we knew that it was passed.
Yeah, it was 6 and 7, and then she switched it, right? And it went 6-7.
But like I said, things can always be corrected down the road if you feel strongly enough about it.
That you bring it back up on the floor.
And, okay, Vice President, we went through that, and that's pretty short, but, okay, let's see, duties of the Secretary, oh, that's where it is. Okay, B, perform such other duties of a like nature as the tribal council shall provide by resolution from time to time. Then, prepare the, I think it was already there, prepare the agenda, request and file the minutes of the community meetings, yeah, that's what it is. So it's in the Secretary's duties. So the communities should really be filing their minutes in the Secretary's
Right.
office.
And in the past, I would write a letter to the community chair and ask them to bring their minutes. Now, if they didn't bring them, like, there's no place for me to enforce that. I can't go to the community meeting and demand they do that. They can request it, but.
Kathy?
So with that, if they're having their minutes, but they're not bringing them, are those minutes null, or are they still passable? I mean,
No, they're still in place because the community passed them and approved them. But they're just not being made public,
They're not being stored.
stored. Okay, duties of the treasurer. The treasurer of the Rosebud tribe shall be the custodian of all monies which come under the jurisdiction or control of the tribal council, deposit all monies under the control of the tribe in a bank or other fully insured financial institution approved by the tribal council, keep no petty cash account, be custodian of all tribal assets. B, pay out money in accordance with the orders and resolutions of the tribal council. Use check only to pay out money and to sign all checks made on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. C, keep accounts of all receipts and disbursements and report the same to the tribal council at each regular meeting, including tribal taxes and tribal bonds. D, be bonded in an amount as the council shall set by resolution and satisfactory to the Assistant Secretary of the Interior for Indian Affairs. 1, in lieu of any instruction, ensure that the books are audited at least annually by a certified public accountant. E, shall cause the financial statements of the Sichungo Nation, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, to be published in a manner that is available to all members within 30 days after the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council reviewed and approved them. That's kind of one that people always wish was kept up on. F, no compensation shall be paid to any councilman, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, tribal council, or any officer out of the tribal funds obtained from the federal government, except upon a resolution stating the amount of compensation and the nature of services rendered. And said resolution shall be of no effect until published as a public notice in the publication for a period of 30 days. Okay, any questions on treasurer? If not, we move on to. Kathy.
Like, when I bring something up, I always like to have my background in it. I don't on this one, but I was told in the past that both Scott and Willie were gone, and at that meeting, the treasurer was allowed to hold a meeting. Is that official?
No. I don't know if it actually happened, but I was told
That, and I was like,
I think I saw it on YouTube.
yeah, so, because somebody,
Did that happen, right?
I don't know, but I
I
was,
think you
the
were
treasurer
gone
chair
and
meeting?
Willie stepped out. I don't think,
I'm not sure, but I don't know if the meeting continued in its official capacity because just the treasurer and the secretary was there. I think there was continued discussion, and then when Willie came back, I think the council.
because I know when we were on
I'm not
council,
sure.
they tried to do that, and we said no, because only those two, according to the Constitution, have that authority to conduct a meeting. And so at that meeting that we were in, I don't know if you remember, we said that the treasurer could not continue the meeting, and we would have to either recess or adjourn. And that was in the past.
but I think I remember.
Seeing that too. Yeah.
I have something, I don't even know if I should bring it up because we're being this too, but regarding treasure. I noticed that a check that came still had the past stamp on it.
Really?
Yeah, not here.
Yeah.
Okay, section 5, duties of the sergeant at arms. The sergeant at arms of the Rosebud Sioux tribe maintains a sign-in sheet for each tribal council meeting and compile the attendance of signed-in tribal council members for voting purposes. So that's interesting, compile the attendance of signed-in tribal council members. But something for you to think about. B, record any voting by raising of hands and report the count to the tribal secretary. C, maintain order, keep decorum, and enforce the no smoking and other rules approved by the tribal council for council meetings. D, perform such duties as the tribal council by resolution shall provide. G, advise the presiding officer of any parliamentarian rules when so requested. F, distribute pertinent information amount council members.
Must be amongst.
What's supposed to be?
Maybe amongst? I don't know.
Among the council members. Okay, the sergeant at arms, you have to remember, is, he's selected by the tribal council, just to, if you, I guess I should have brought the definition of what a sergeant at arms does, but he's not an officer of the tribal council. And I think we touched on it already, that
He's not supposed to be sitting.
he doesn't have to be up here in a position of being an officer position.
He should be actually by the door.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, Kathy.
Since we're on the sergeant at arms, what is the term, officially, what is the term limit of a sergeant at arms? Is it with whichever group that came in at that election? It was always confusing, even before.
It's a 2-year term, same as the treasurer and the secretary.
A 2-year term?
Yeah.
Treasurer and secretary is 2-year term, and so is the sergeant at arms.
Is he new this time? Yeah, it was always.
And then also is it required during an executive session to have the sergeant at arms in here. Isn't executive session supposed to be, since you just clarified, the sergeant of arms is not an officer. So when we're in executive session, shouldn't the sergeant of arms also step out?
Yes.
You should make sure.
Guard the door.
Yeah, secure the doors.
be at the door.
Okay, and then the last part of that is, does the sergeant at arms go on travel as a representative of the tribe?
That's up to the council, like, if it's in a request for travel, you could approve it or not, just like an employee, I would say, I would think.
Thank you.
Sorry, it just made me think a little bit, just for my own clarity, is that position then like an appointed position, or do they fall underneath the policies and procedures as an employee? Elected position.
The council elects him, and they actually have they actually applied for that position, and so they.
Would it be left this time, because we have new secretary and treasurer?
According to that, I'm not sure, but we had a discussion about the term limits when he came into office, and I'm not sure if it was during that Claremont's term, if they let him do a 3-year term, because I think they did. So.
We were just told.
They
It's
never-
violation
they never
of ordinance.
questioned it after Ed went out of office, so.
So who's that fall back on for enforcement? Is that council or you?
It's you guys. You guys decided that, so.
And so we are technically in violation if it's a
Of an
two-year,
ordinance.
a two-year
Well, you
term?
can advertise it, this is how they done it in the past, they advertise it, just like a regular job, and then they submit this application to the secretary, and then she brings them, you put the deadline on there, like we take applications for 2 weeks.
Does that have to be done, or can we, I guess I just want to make sure that we're following our own rules.
I think we need to address it at tribal council level. You guys need to decide if it's a 2-year term, because like I said, they let the previous sergeant arms go a 3-year term, and so they just kind of continue with it with this one. So you guys need to decide that, and if you feel it needs to be advertised, you make a motion to do so. Okay?
But Myrna, haven't you only been paying for 2-year terms? Finance has only been paying for 2 years.
So you guys need to
The sergeant.
advertise.
And he has the duty of being the parliamentarian, so that's something to kind of keep in mind, because some of the discrepancies may not have happened if you had someone, sitting there like, hold on, that's in violation of the policy or something,
So they're supposed to, I'm sorry. So actually our sergeant at arms is supposed to have knowledge of what we have knowledge of. They're not just here to count and just be here. They're supposed to actually intervene if something's if something is occurring here, they're supposed to be able to intervene and say, council, that isn't how you do this, blah, blah, blah.
What the parliamentarian is supposed to do is come up and let the chairman know that this would be in violation, and then the chairman would say, I've just been advised this is in violation of ordinance, da-da-da-da-da, or motion, da-da-da-da-da. And then you guys would have to straighten that out.
All right, well, first Julie, but I know that in past meetings when we were here, when Julie would hear something coming up, she would reach over and she would let Scott or Willie know, or Rodney, she would let them know, and then she would let us know, you guys can't do that, or she would kind of inform us as to the topic of discussion, what we could and couldn't do, or if we were violating something, and she was really good at making sure that we didn't make those mistakes.
Yeah, and that's good, because I'm sure Jerry and Linda have done the same. Like if they see something that shouldn't go at the moment, they would give that advice too.
Except
Jerry's eyebrows would go funny, and Linda would kick you under the table.
Except when we were in our discussion, we asked about the secretary, and both Linda and Jerry said, no, we don't run the meetings, it's the president and it's the parliamentarian. But there were times where I would remember you told me that, I would let Rodney know that there may be a violation. She said I would just whisper or whatever. So it's really not your secretary, it's your parliamentarian who will notify your chair who runs the meeting. Because the secretary and the duties are to take the meeting minutes. That's why you have a person out here who's supposed to be standing out here watching and whatnot.
Yeah, I just have a question for Rose. For the sergeant at arms, where does it specifically say a 2-year term? Because in the Constitution and bylaws it doesn't, and it ain't in the election ordinance either.
Well, it's not specifically, it just started when the secretary and treasurer was 2 years. At that point, that council said the sergeant at arms will be 2 years. They just started doing it from then. So I think it was with Pat Bad Hand.
Well, ultimately, it's just up to council whether or not we can have it every year if we wanted to, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Because it doesn't specifically say a term limit on there. Okay.
And that would be a good idea to set a policy for it.
Yeah.
And just put it down in writing and that something you guys agree to. Oh, Michelle, did you have something?
Michelle, what?
So if we get it advertised and we get applicants, is council gonna be the one that does the interviews for it?
Yes.
And we'll do the ultimate selection?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And then also with that, they would kind of like be in the same boat as we would be here. They would have to come here to get this information because they would be the ones to be doing most of the, hey, you can't do that. So, I mean, I would kind of request that maybe that'd be something in their job duty type deal or something, I guess, because if he's the one.
In the description of.
That he has to be able to, or they have to be able to understand the stuff, but thank you.
One more question. So, does tribal council also set that salary, or is it kind of what council gets?
No, you set the salary. And in the past, it hasn't been the same as the council. I think that came about when, was it you in office, Jerry? I mean, one of the sergeant at arms wanted a higher pay. So they said, okay, but you have to do more duties. So they gave him more duties and office hours. Yeah, so it started from there and now it's going and going. But you don't have to do that. You can just have, this is your job in this room on these meeting days, and that's it.
Technically, it's just the 3 days that you guys meet constitutionally, that he or she has to be here.
And you can create a job description if you want to.
With Michelle and then Lila.
So is he on salary right now, along with council? Just to be nosy.
Maybe that's something you guys could discuss.
Should we continue the training?
I have two. Mine is back to the vice president, and it says on C, have all the rights, privileges, duties, and responsibilities of the president when presiding in his absence. And so when I was in the chairman's office a while back, when the chairman has the right to designate what duties, say personnel. You can't fire nobody while I'm gone, Is that something that they have the discretion to do, like delegation?
The president, when called upon to do so, if the president asks him, when he leaves a memo, like I've noticed they put, with the exception of personnel actions, and that's kind of like a courtesy.
Okay.
So, for example, when I was vice president.
The word shall's in there though.
Oh, yeah.
So that means, yes.
They really can.
The vice president has the same right as the tribal president when the tribal president is out. So it's as if the vice president slips in, and so they can do all of this, because I've seen memos where they would say, you're responsible for this except for this, but they're violating this by doing that, because it says shall.
Yeah.
The vice president shall have,
And it says have all the rights, privileges, duties, and responsibilities of the president when presiding in his absence. So, that makes sense to me, but at the same time, when they're working together, like you said, that's a courtesy, but it doesn't have, the vice can, at his discretion, decide to follow everything. Okay, so.
That's how it works. If
Okay.
I'm not sure about something, he doesn't deal with it. He leaves it for me, so.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point that out because in other times I know those memos go through and it says with the exception of personnel and whatever. Because I know that, things could get messy or something can happen, but just clarifying for us here that they do have that right. The other question I have is with the chairman and the secretary. Okay, the secretary creates the agenda or prepares the tribal council meeting agenda and includes requests from the constitutional officers, tribal council members, and legitimate petitions. So I think this may have been done backwards, but the secretary prepares the agenda, puts everything on here from our constitution, and then the chairman reviews it, and he has the discretion to remove something and then, so that's his discretion. But if somebody wants to come in and address council, say, for example, I'll just throw that out there, it's a big topic, so. What would they have to do that? Would they put it in writing to the secretary, or does it go to him?
Well, I think they kind of created their own format, process. And I think it's just up to whoever's in office, how they want to work it.
There's a lot of issues out there that come that we should be put on the agenda. I don't want any council people ever surprised about what comes on the floor. So I really review what the issue is, if they want the floor, and then I decide if they can get on the agenda. So that's kind of how I deal with it. But there's a lot of things that...
I think it is in writing somewhere.
I think that a lot of people come in, they want the floor for the wrong reasons. They want to get on the agenda for the wrong reasons, and we're stuck all day on one issue. So I really have to be careful what I add to that agenda.
Because like we would refer them to committee. And if they went to committee and still weren't satisfied, then they can write to either the secretary or him, and they review it and they make that decision. That's how it works, right? Okay. I'm just putting that out there because there are people that do come and, spur of the moment might want the floor here. And might not be something we're talking about because we talked about what we said before. So I just want to make sure we're not violating what we're doing here with the duties. Or like if they wanted to and say it's really pertinent to something, say, it's very serious or whatever this thing is, and they come here and they give us all something in writing and put it all in our box, but they don't give it to him or they don't give it to her. That's happened before. Sometimes they bypass because I don't know whatever reasons they have, but sometimes, and there was an incident before, and then the admin didn't know, the secretary didn't know, but we had it.
Yeah.
So if that happens, what do we do?
It's still on me to approve that agenda.
Okay.
But they've done that to me too, where I've told them no, and they went and come and got circumvented, and they got the floor, and I don't know for what reason they would give them the floor, just because they didn't want to tell them no. But it causes a lot of problems. It's very unprofessional. It disrupts the whole sessions of a council day, by doing something like that. So.
And yeah,
And here's,
because, it's like we all get tested with that when we're in new, we'll get tested with that. So if that did happen or anything, I would always suggest that we make sure that the president or the secretary does have the information. Because it, like you said, they might just get the floor and it's like, whoa. So you can call that out of order when that happens, okay?
and that's what I was just gonna say, is that because the Constitution states that anything on the agenda goes to the secretary with the approval of the chairman, and then he brings it out on the agenda for approval with the council. But if they're circumventing that process, and it was, say, something
it would prevent their due process. So they would have just violated their own right to a due process by notifying council and not going through their proper chain of command. And then you guys, unbeknownst to you, can open up something and it's something serious and it goes into litigation. You guys are now a party of that litigation because you have information of that. So it would be, you would have to be really careful on what, if it didn't go through the chairman or the secretary. Yeah.
Just real quick. That's exactly where something we already covered comes in, where any of us just takes one person. If Scott's asked, you know, does anybody object? It just takes one person to say no, and that's it.
Duties of the tribal council members. Any more questions on Sergeant Arms? Any more questions on Sergeant Arms? You can enforce that at your next meeting. And section 6, make reports to the community from which elected concerning the proceedings of the tribal council. This is council members. So that generally means to attend your council, your community meeting and give your report. Acting as part of the tribal council may prescribe the salaries of tribal council officers, employees, or members of the tribal council as deemed advisable from such funds as may be available, which I think you're doing with that budget process. And acting as part of the majority of the tribal council may call special meetings of the tribal council. And then section 7 goes over in general duties of all officers and council. Attend any duly called special or regular meeting of the tribal council unless excused by motion of the tribal council in session. Prior to a tribal council meeting, request in writing, in person, or telephone directly to the tribal secretary to be excused. The reason thereof, provided that it will be submitted to a vote of the tribal council immediately after roll call. If unable to make a request prior to the tribal council meeting, make a request for excuse and reason thereof in person or in writing directly to the tribal council in session at its next meeting. And then B is what I was going to point out in our, just now in our discussion. Present to the tribal council in a timely manner any duly approved community resolution or any legitimate petition of tribal members. So a person might come in and want the floor, but it says to present in a timely manner. You know, like you're talking about someone just coming in and getting the floor. You do have that right to ask for the floor for a tribal member, and you have been doing it. And you say, is it pertaining to what we're talking about? And they say yes. It may not be on the agenda, but the council person can ask for the floor for them. And then the verification of said resolution shall be by signature of the community president and community secretary or by attached to community minutes. So when the tribal communities present when you go to communities on the agenda and they present resolutions, they should have their minutes attached to the resolution. So you can see that it was passed in a duly called community meeting. Abide by a tribal code of ethics adopted by the tribal council. And D, take an oath of office prior to assuming duties. Support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies. Support and defend the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux tribe against all enemies. Carry out faithfully and impartially the duties of their office to the best of their ability. Cooperate, promote, and protect the best interest of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. Carry out duties in accordance with the tribal constitution and bylaws. And you can see that's all from the preamble or in the Constitution. J, accept no compensation out of the tribal funds under the control of the federal government unless the amount and nature of the services rendered are stated in the Interior for Indian Affairs. And section 8, meetings of the tribal council. Regular meetings shall be held once a month on days and of places designated by resolution of the tribal council. In lieu of an updated annual resolution, each monthly meeting shall be held on the second Wednesday and Thursday of the month, unless it is a legal holiday, and the second day shall be set aside for matters requiring the assistance of the tribal general council. That whenever you have a meeting at the casino, do you usually do that by resolution?
We do that by resolution.
Oh.
We have to, so.
Okay.
There's one instance
Special meetings may be called by a majority of the tribal council members or the tribal president in writing with at least 3 days' notice in either case. C, a quorum for the tribal council to transact business shall be a majority of the tribal council membership unless a larger member is required by the Constitution and bylaws. D, records and property of the tribal council shall be kept in a designated room or place. Any questions yet? Kathy?
Feels like I'm talking to the President of the United States.
Mr. President. This sounds crazy. I just have a few before we move on. So, now we're talking about getting the floor for our constituents when they come in here. We talked about we could only get the floor for them if it's specific to our discussion. So, if there is a person that's here that needs to address the council and it's not a part of that, then they have to go through the secretary's office to schedule a time, or how are we supposed to handle that? If somebody has something urgent that they have to bring on?
Yeah.
Motion to deviate.
Deviate from the agenda.
And then the other thing I wanted to
Mention is that in the past, I was the one that made the motion, so that's why I'm discussing it, but in the past I had made a motion, and I don't remember which president was here at the time. We've had so many, just kidding. I had asked that we have a delegate from, what was your office called? Legislative Affairs Office. We have a delegate from the Legislative Affairs Office be in attendance at our meetings and take notes. And from the notes she takes, the things that required action or anything that was very pertinent and important that we needed to take back to our communities, that person would have that responsibility to do that for us. And the reason I made that motion is because during that term, we had some council reps that were going back to their communities and sharing with their communities either executive session information, inaccurate information. So they weren't relaying what our discussion was about, and these people had not been listening to us. Some of us got attacked for what those council reps went back and told their communities because it was inaccurate. It wasn't actually the truth of what the matter was that was in discussion in council. So at that point in time is why I made the motion that we all be given a report from our session to take back. And I don't know if it's happened in the last 3 years, but it was an issue back then. And some of us really got attacked for the misinformation that our colleagues took. It was 2 or 3 that took something back, didn't understand it, wasn't in here the entire time, came in and heard bits and pieces, took bits and pieces back, and it was misleading. It was misconstrued information, which didn't sit well with the people and got us in a lot of hot water. So I just wanted to mention that. I don't know if that's anything that's ever been asked before, but I had done that by motion, I think my first term.
I was just curious, I think, but I guess added on to that, we did ask for a PR person, I think, to get it, and I remember just reading emails, I think Ray had put it out there too, about getting a public relations person to almost do the same thing, and then now, the legislative person to come in also to do almost the same thing, where we're all on the same page of what we're gonna be putting out there to the people. So would we have to add that person to this too also, or would we have to, put them in there somewhere where they are authorized, or they are able to come and meet here and then be able to give out the information that was just discussed here, and then be able to relay that to us and then also out to the community? So would we have to submit that somehow, some way, or do you think? I mean, I don't know, it's just.
You could recommend to create a position for that. And it would be up to you guys to create that position and put it someplace. I think the personnel committee is really looking at that.
To contract help, because I have to go with, from his brain to contract.
Maureen?
Well,
Well, I want you guys to make a motion to have Ray stay here and listen to this part of it. No, I was just talking to Ray because he did say legislative affairs used to do that, so you could just reaffirm your motion, because without creating a new position and adding new money to that, you guys already have a program. You guys already have someone paid. Just reaffirm your motion that they come in and they do that.
Talking about being more efficient, I think that's what you're getting at, so.
And that's good, you have one message going out to everyone. Sunny question.
Okay.
She's gonna.
Do you have enough time to look at her budget? So the director is gonna put a position in there for that?
She's looking, she came to the personnel meeting and said she would look into her budget and see what she has, because she wanted to hire an aide and a page, and then we asked her about that as well. And she said she would look into it.
Okay.
No, she wanted to look at her budget and see.
Oh, yeah, she told there was a funding for that. Okay, so back to the
the
training, sorry.
Also, one quick note is that, in the meantime, while you're working on that, the previous council passed a motion asking the business office to assist the president in follow-up on any kind of directives. So I've kind of been doing that a little bit here and there, so if you need anything, just let me know.
And I do really appreciate like our secretaries that take minutes for committees. Once a motion is made for me to follow up on something or do something, they bring that to me, and I try to get that right away. So.
One more interruption.
Good.
Something else that I brought up in the past, and I mentioned it to Nicole again. I offered back 4 or 5 years ago a format for our minutes. I don't know if the style, the format of our minutes is something set in stone, but my past work history, I was an administrative assistant, and for the Indian Health Service, when I worked there, we had to go to federal trainings on taking minutes. And in there, we were given a format that has the meeting, so it would have the council meeting, it would have the topic, a brief discussion, a brief line about the discussion, just the main points of the discussion. If it was an action item, there was another column for the action item and who is responsible. The last line indicated whether it was done and what the outcome was. As things got done, they were taken off, but if no action was taken, it was left on. From the 6 years that I sat here and then listening, things come up in the council meetings. The new council come in, the same thing comes up again. Bring your next group in, the same thing comes up again. You never know, did action ever get taken? Who took the action? Who dropped the ball? So in that format that I offered back then, I offered it again, because it changes the format of how our minutes are taken, but it's also gives that accountability to whether or not we are getting these things done that we as a body are discussing, and some are really important and they just kind of fall off the side of the table, get forgot about, unless it's something that somebody's going to remember. Maybe Lila thinks, oh, you know, that came up and we never did anything about it. When you do your format this way, it never disappears. It's never forgotten about until action's taken on it, and then it comes off of the meeting minutes. I mean, I don't know if it's something that our tribe could do, but it's a way of continuity of making sure that we are getting done what we discuss to its full extent.
That's a good idea. 'Cause, I listened to a couple tribes and they have a follow-up secretary. And that person sits kind of like what Michelle was saying, that like a page or something, sits in the meeting and they take notes, and if there's a directive given to the administration or to a committee or something, then they follow up with that and they leave and they write a memo to that person. This motion was made and just such and such.
Yeah.
But that's something that's really good.
And with that same token, at that same time, we mentioned putting like a flip chart. We now have modern technology, but when we're trying to stay on agenda, which I'm off now, when we try to stay on agenda, but something comes up that's important that we need to talk about later, then that person goes over and makes note, and when we come back to other business, we can go back to that, a topic, and discuss it, so people don't feel like we just forgot.
Yeah. Yeah.
President of RST. It's called a parking lot.
Yeah, the parking lot.
A parking lot.
Parking lot.
So when
You put it in
people
the parking
have
lot.
ideas, you put it in the parking lot, knowing it's there, and then you go back to it and take it out to the
Teacher,
I can be a teacher.
Okay, so then we'll go quickly because Lori has to give her presentation. So the Sioux Council,
What happened to that? Do we have that?
I don't think it's active. That might be something. The National Sioux Council, but when we go into that, you guys will have to address that with them. The National Sioux Councils.
Sioux Nation Treaty Council, blacklisted.
Dot.
Yeah, go ahead, Kathy.
Since we're on that Sioux Council, I just wanted to, I hear Rose talking over there just a little bit, to have Bill address that. One of the other things that I've been wanting to bring up is some tribes, like Pine Ridge, they have a 5th member. And I don't know if our tribe's ever considered having that 5th member. It's a person that's an elder, that is knowledgeable about what we do, and partakes, even travels with the president, the vice president to other places. I sent a message to somebody over there saying, what exactly are the duties? Because I wanted to eventually bring it up that maybe as a tribe, we should consider electing a 5th member. I'm sure we'd have to go through government affairs and all that process, but I just wanted to mention that what I was reading is I was thinking, gee, we're supposed to have a Sioux Council. Have we ever had a Sioux Council? So,
Treaty Council?
Yeah, we did a long time ago. And we had the Black Hills Treaty Council also. And the Tribal Council, they named their delegates to those bodies. I don't know how active they are these days, but.
It was
yeah.
really strong back then.
Yep.
I remember that.
We almost got that Black Hills settled, but it didn't work because that's when that Bill Stevens came in and ruined everything for us.
just off of what Linda's saying, and here I go, I'm getting my own rose. I think it was my 2nd term, I actually traveled to Eagle Butte to attend the Sioux Nation Council, and it was very interesting. And those of us that attended, there was only, I think, 2 or 3 of us from council that decided to go and attend, but it was something really interesting because it was all the 7 protected employees that were there, and a lot of them are elders, and it was something that really I thought more councils should have participated in. I don't know if anybody, if they still have it or what happens, but it was very interesting.
I think that NCAI and those kind of coalition of large tribes has been formed since then. That's one large land-based tribes. A lot of people attend those. We do about the same thing that the Sioux Nation Treaty Council would be doing. Phil over here is very good about setting his own treaty council meetings up and communicating with the other treaty councils. So I don't think that exists anymore. So.
Okay. Yeah, because it was, I felt bad. I actually ended up crying because the speakers were elders, and those of us that weren't fluent, we were scolded for not knowing our language, and because they pretty much presented the whole thing in our language, and I did speak up and apologize, but I had mentioned that some of us weren't as fortunate as others to grow up with their language, something that wasn't our fault, but I said I have learned from taking classes at Santa Gleshka and the family that I was married into, a lot of, most of the parents' discussions were in our language, and so you start to learn. It's harder to learn older as when you're younger, but they had a lot of power. They chewed out their own council rep, their own tribal president for not being fluid. And he just stood there with his head down, so I think so that would be an important.
I've got to be out for the same thing.
Okay, any more questions? And I want to just say to Emily and anybody else that go ahead and ask all the questions you can, because most of the time when you ask a question, all of us want to ask that question too, but we're too scared and too nervous and we wonder if we should ask it or not. So you're asking questions on behalf of us too. And we want to learn too as you guys go along, and we want to know what you're learning too. So I think that's a good thing to continually ask questions if you have anything in your mind that you don't understand, because we don't either.
And it elicits more information and offers more information to your conversation, which is nurturing and may get somebody else thinking like, oh, that's right, this needs to go this way or that way. So, no question, is it I'm really sorry to teach you today.
Okay, so I guess I'm finished because the tribal code of ethics, Lori's going to go into that now. And at the end, if you have any more questions, just put them.
Thank you, Rose.
I'm going to stand here because I don't like my back to the wall, so I don't mean to be rude here, but as I stated during my introduction, I was the chairwoman of the Ethics Commission when Lila and Kathy were talking about the release of a tribal chairman on Code of Ethics. That was a very learning, hard experience for me, and I didn't want to do it, but I've had several individuals ask me. I didn't know what I was doing. I really didn't when I got on there. So the first thing I did was I pulled down the ethics definition. And it's a system of moral principles, the rules of conduct recognized in respect to a particular class of human actions or a particular group or culture. And what a code of ethics, what it does is it explains the tribe's expectations for individuals facing situations with possible ethical implications. It defines acceptable behavior. It clarifies gray areas, identifies steps for resolving ethical issues, promotes high standards of practice. Code of ethics are for elected officials, appointees, and employees, and other professions. The purpose is to promote responsible leadership, require high standard of ethical conduct, hold tribal officials accountable for their actions, and protect the tribe from improper influence, conflicts of interests, and improprieties. It places the interest of the tribe above the personal and economic interests of tribal officials. It's also supposed to be a guide in decision-making, stimulates dialogue about tribal ethics, and defines and protects tribal culture and values. So the Code of Ethics, and the purpose for me having this as a cover page is because when you sit on any committee, especially the ethics, the first thing I had to do was we had to define it. And I have to read and figure out what the purpose of it is within 86010, I believe it is. 8604. There were four other members that were appointed, and then we had to set structure to it, which we could in our ordinance. So when I talk about structure, I talk about due process because we sometimes forget about people's rights to due process. And within that due process, it gives that person a chance to be heard with whatever is being alleged. And so the Code of Ethics, the process that we came up with, and I have our signatures, we brought it to the Secretary's office because in the ordinance, it does state that you can, in your committees, come up with these. And I had a wonderful group of people that we worked with. I learned so much, even within just recently. I appreciated that. There was
Calvin Kelly Jones, Maddie Hyde, and Burdette Clifford. These are all their signatures. And in there, the following process was accepted and approved by the current Ethics Commissioner at a duly called ethics meetings on June 2014. The first one was an ethics complaint is submitted to the Secretary's office. The envelope is recommended it be sealed upon submittal. The Secretary's office will stamp it received. The purpose for the Secretary's office in receiving the ethics complaint is because they're responsible for all Rosebud, all documents, all tribal documents. So that's why the complaint would go to his or her office. We would recommend that the person submitting the complaint would sign it on the back of the envelope and date it and time it if they chose. Because there were talk of ethics getting out, people's information getting out, and so this way we wanted to make sure we received a closed envelope. If we didn't, we would be able to ask the Secretary why it wasn't. The Secretary's office will then contact the Vice President of the Ethics Commission, who was Mr. Jones, via the phone, that an ethics complaint had been submitted. At the following ethics meeting, Commissioner Jones received the ethics complaint from the Secretary's office by dating, initialing, and time-stamping the ethics complaint. So we would also do that again on the envelope, saying this is the date we received it, in case someone questioned how long the ethics committee had the complaint, or if they suggested that we, did something untoward with their information. The ethics complaint is then recorded as received in the ethics meeting minutes. At the time when we were seated, there was probably 11 or 13 complaints that were sitting in the Secretary's office, so we added this in there that due to the backlog of ethics complaints received, the complaints were reviewed in chronological order by the date on the envelope. We also discussed time limits for ethics complaints to be filed because while we were active, someone would bring an ethics complaint in from a year and a half ago, and that person would no longer be sitting on council, or if they were sitting on council and it's an ethics complaint, it should be almost like a motion that day or the next day. So you should, within 30 to 60 days, file that complaint if you feel that there was an ethics violation, not have it, months or years past. After reviewing the complaint, each party listed and sent a certified letter notifying them of the ethics complaint. So we would send a letter to the person who wrote the complaint saying we are in receipt of it. We would send a letter to the person that they're alleging violated the ethics code, letting them know that there was a complaint in our office that we received, and if there was further information needed, we would ask for that. The Ethics Commission requests to meet with the parties listed individually, allowing them to review the documentation. If an alleged ethics violation has not occurred based upon the submitted documentation, the parties were notified via certified mail that the complaint will not be recommended for hearing to the council. As President Herman had said, I think it was 2 weeks ago in a council meeting, all committees are only recommending bodies. That stands the same with your ethics commission. So any commissions, boards, committees, they're only recommending bodies. They do not have the authority to override the individuals that are in those positions.
Have some water. I just have a question, Lori. Whenever you say that you're notifying them via certified mail, so you're notifying the party that the violation is on, whether you're going to pursue it or not, they still get notified?
Yes.
Okay.
And the purpose for that, we had a long discussion because the other commissioners felt like that wasn't needed. And I was one that felt like it was, because that person has a right to due process and a right to know. So if I was sitting on the council and there was an ethics violation on me and it was going through this whole process, and all of a sudden it's probably like, oh, wait a minute, what? How, why, when, where? Your due rights were violated.
because you didn't have a right to answer to this complaint way back here. And it may have been something simple like, during the council meeting, something was voted on and Michelle pushed it and she voted on it, she made the motion. And then when we would ask the information, you weren't even at the council meeting. So there wouldn't have been a violation. I mean, I'm trying to think of something that would come up. So that's why we would notify each party when we got the complaint.
No, I was just trying to let you know that, Michelle.
Oh,
But I didn't come, I'm sorry.
Okay.
For once, okay.
Darn it, I wanted you to. So if an ethics violation had not occurred based upon the submitted documentation, the parties were notified via certified mail that the complaint will not be recommended for a hearing to the council. If an alleged ethics violation appears to have occurred based upon the submitted documentation, the Ethics Commission reviews and recommends the tribal council to hold a hearing involving such alleged violation. Again, an ethics committee cannot find a person guilty or not guilty. That's up to the council. All we can do is recommend it for a hearing. Upon making the recommendation to the council, all documentation regarding the alleged complaint is turned over to the tribal secretary. So once the decision to review or recommend it for a hearing, everything the ethics, when we were on there, everything the Ethics Commission had would be turned over to the secretary, and then we would be taken totally out of it because we completed our job under 8604. All parties are notified of the alleged complaint that had been recommended to the tribal council. At this point, the Ethics Commission completed the task which was delegated to them by 8604.
So they only can recommend a hearing, they can't recommend anything else besides that?
Don't you recommend not to have a hearing?
We don't take it, no. So if there was an ethics violation, an alleged ethics violation, we looked at all the documentation and we thought it does appear like there's a violation. That would then go forward saying, we reviewed the documentation, we recommend the council to review. And then it's up to the council to say, we're going to have a hearing. Or if we're not going to recommend it, we don't bring it to the secretary, we just take it back to the people saying, after reviewing all the documentation, it is found that there is not a violation. But the reason I had all the commissioners sign that is because we always had to be in consensus. If we weren't in consensus, then we would discuss why.
Michelle had a question.
So if you find that it does need to move forward, you don't present that to council and give your reasons why, you just hand it over?
We hand it over because it's up to you guys at that point. If we say that so the information that would be brought, I don't know if I included the letters in there, but so with this one, so I thought on the 24th, we wrote to Julie, who was the secretary at the time. It said, greetings at a duly called ethics meeting on October 15th with the quorum present, the Ethics Commission need to be placed on the November council agenda. In adherence to the constitutional procedure, subsection 11, subpart D, the Ethics Commission is delegated to review written evidence of an alleged violation of the ordinance and to either recommend or not recommend to the tribal council that hold a hearing involving such alleged violation. The Ethics Commission is ready to proceed with the council. Please notify Commissioner Maddie Hype with the earliest date available. Your timely response is greatly appreciated. And at this time, we CC the elected officers and the council representatives. So we wouldn't give you guys the information, but we would bring it forth. And then it would be you guys that would have to set the hearing, and then based upon all the evidence, make a determination after the hearing.
So the information wouldn't be given to the council at that time of the recommendation?
No. Not until the hearing. Because that's why you have your hearing officer in there. I think I included that in there. So the hearing officer, it's the page afterwards. The hearing process, the Ethics Commission worked with Dana Hanna on it so that we can get it approved and passed. And that process, the Tribe's Ethics Commission ordinance has been placed in '96, and the following procedures will be utilized. And this was the hearing for the 13th, and that was the hearing officer will control the proceedings. He or she will take whatever action is necessary to ensure an equitable, orderly, and expeditious hearing. Parties will abide by the hearing officer's rulings. The hearing officer has the authority, among others, to administer oaths, regulate the course of the hearing, rules on offers of proof, limit the number of witnesses, and exclude any person for contemptuous conduct or misbehavior. The hearing will be conducted as follows. The hearing officer will explain the procedures. Witnesses shall be excluded from the hearing until such time they are allowed. The complainant has 5 minutes. Opening responded. 5 minutes opening. The complainant may call any witnesses, submit any documentary evidence. They have 20 minutes. They then have 10 minutes to cross-examine. The respondent then has 20 minutes and then 10 minutes to cross-examine. But at the point when the council takes the alleged ethics violation, the Ethics Commission is out. We did our job. We reviewed and we recommended. And during that ethics hearing, there was 2 commissioners that wanted to come and attend, and I told them no. We did our job. It's now up to the council. I didn't want any commissioners here. Because at that point, whatever was decided after the hearing was going to be up to the council. All we do is review and recommend.
But Lori, I have a question. Back.
Go ahead, Rose.
In the 8604, under the Tribal Ethics Commission, which is still in place, it says B, section 11B. Oh wait, no, hold on, I just got it. Okay, D, delegated review of evidence of any alleged violation of this ordinance and to either recommend or not recommend to the tribal council to hold a hearing.
Yeah, so we either recommend it or we don't recommend it.
I know, I just asked you and you said no, you only recommend to.
Oh, we recommend to the council that they hold a hearing. And that's what we said in the letter. But if we don't recommend, we then just say that we are not recommending, there's not enough of the allegation.
So you tell the council that?
In our report, when we do our quarterly report, we will tell them because, let's say you have an ethics violation, and it's totally erroneous. You wore a red shirt when you were supposed to wear a purple shirt. And now they want to file an ethics complaint on you because every Monday, council wears red shirts. You that day probably had a pinkish red shirt on, so in your eyes it was red. So there's this ethics violation that comes to the ethics committee, and it's because you violated the color of the shirt that day. We then notify the parties, and if there's not enough information there, so if they don't have a picture of you, they didn't bring the motion, then we can say, okay, Rose, you received it. We need more documentation on this. And then you come in and you say, oh no, that was a pinkish red shirt. Here's my picture that I wore that day. Then we don't recommend that forward because there isn't a violation for them to hear it. So when we say, okay, there's not enough to hear, in our quarterly reports, we'll say we did receive this, but there was not a recommendation to move forward on a hearing. Because council, I think when they say the committee is tasked with reviewing and recommending, it's because not every ethics allegation has all the information that would meet a violation. So that's what you're tasked for, the committee.
Well, what I'm saying is not that. I'm just saying the council needs to be told your recommendation. I'm recommending to hold a hearing, or We had a complaint filed, but we're recommending not to hold a hearing.
And that was
That's
in
it.
our quarterly report.
Okay, because I
So,
filed
because
the
I
ethics
wouldn't-
commission, and I filed the ethics complaint, and I'm nagging my councilman, when are you gonna have that ethics hearing? When are you gonna have that ethics?
Then you just
Oh, you have to
violated
wait
the
for-
due process
You
of
have
the
to
other
wait for the
person.
quarterly report. I'm just saying that you should let them know right away.
Because people hold ethics over our vote, our voting body as if that's something that they're gonna dangle and hold in front of them and say, if you don't vote this way, I'm filing ethics on you, or you don't bring this on the council floor. Those really aren't ethics violations, so I can't come in, and that was a process that me and the commissioners decided at the time, is that we're not going to come in every council meeting or every 2 council meetings, but we can come in quarterly saying there was a two ethics submitted, the 2, one went forward and one didn't. So that would be at the quarterly report.
Okay, I'm just going by what's in the Constitution now. Oh, okay, go ahead, continue.
But if you look up on there, it says that we can develop our own rules within there. So that's how we had come about that.
Could I say something?
Go ahead, Linda. And then Emily.
I'm sorry.
The ethics commissions, I've sat on there before with a group of elderly ladies way back. And but anyway, it says allowed to establish its own rules of procedure. So we did, and every ethics commission since then, they decide how they're going to do things, and they do it. But we ultimately, they have to come back to the council, and any time an ethics is received at the secretary's office, it's supposed to be in a sealed envelope, their letter, their documentation. Then we notify the ethics commission, and they come and pick it up right away. And then it's out of our hands, and it's in the ethics commission's hand. And then, but 2 times now, I've seen an ethics commission come, and they actually did work on the ethics ordinance, trying to improve it and establish a process, and but it has never been completed. And so that's why you still have this. But that might be another thing that the governmental affairs needs to work on with the ethics commission. And I know there's former people that were on the ethics commission, but they became like discouraged because there's really no progress, and even when they do receive a complaint and it's a valid complaint, it doesn't get, it doesn't go anywhere. And very rarely will you find that a ethics complaint goes to the hearing stage, very rarely. And sometimes it should have a hearing, but then it doesn't get past this body. And sometimes when it's, it does go past this body, and they end up having a hearing, which is good. And so I think that, like, I know she wrote a lot, like, that was the second time that I seen somebody actually trying to improve the ethics ordinance. And I know when Ruben McCloskey was on there, they had an attorney help them, and they wrote what amendments they thought should be made, but it never made it all the way through the process, so it was never approved to be entered into this. So I think it would be well for that, now, you have an interest to see progress in these laws, and maybe we'll really be able to get those things done. And things, like these could be, and I'm sure back in the day when Frank and his committee wrote these, like he said he expected, and
he expected the people who were appointed to those committees to work with it and find the weaknesses and come back and address those weaknesses and make it better. So I think that could be what would happen with this. And thank you for being so interested. That's really good to see.
So, thank you. Real quickly, and then I do have to leave early. I'm sorry, I thought we would have been done by now, but I have to be somewhere at 5. But I do have a question. Actually, maybe a couple. But I think you might have answered some of them. Thank you very much. My questions were regarding kind of the process about, well, the first one was, did you say that you would recommend to council if something needs to go to a hearing, but it's up to the council if it goes to hearing?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Because all we do is review and recommend, so we can recommend.
So what if the violation is against council?
It is against council.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, how is that possible that we can self-regulate if we want to have a hearing against ourselves?
It's in our constitution.
That was the intent, and it's in the Constitution, so we're just following.
We
it.
police ourselves.
Who sets up the hire, or the hearing officer?
The council.
Council.
And who would that be, like a judge, anybody?
The time that we had, what was her name? Teresa Mall. She was the hearing officer that time. So the process, we worked with Dana Hanna, as I stated earlier. We went through the process. We also developed that hearing. And Dana Hanna assisted us with that.
And then where would I find that information? Because I didn't see anything in here that talks about the hearing officer, who sets that up, or anything.
Okay, that process is, I would probably have to go back to my emails, but this process here, when we met with Julie, this is the process that the commission took, and that's why I had them all sign it. That under this current ethics commission, this is the process we were going to take. And then the hearing piece is where the council approved it, and then they got Teresa Mall to do the hearing.
So there's no regulation or policy on that part?
It's just that you guys have to set up the hearing. I think you guys did approve Dana Hanna's hearing process. I think they did.
And I can get that from the secretary's office?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
This to put that into the ordinance. And that's the step that needs to be done, and that's the step that needs to be completed. Then it'll be done. Yep.
This ethics part here hasn't been
This-
accepted into here?
The hearing
This
process.
is-
Hearing process, okay.
See, so it's allowed to establish its own rules of procedure, so every commission, they all had their own, how they did things.
So to try to put this into place, this is why we developed it, and then we did meet with Julie, and I can't even remember if we met with council that time where it was approved, and then you guys approved Dana Hanna's hearing procedure for that hearing. But I did ask for the meeting minutes because I wanted proof that we did do this, and then I still haven't gotten them.
Well, I can follow up with you guys too, and I'm sorry, but can I get permission to leave early?
Okay.
So sorry.
I think we're almost
We're
done.
almost done, yeah.
I'm gonna say one quick thing. In the Constitution, it just says simple this: abide by a code of ethics, period. So then you go to the section 11, and it says they're allowed to establish your own rules of procedure, the Ethics Commission. So that, I think it needs to be amended where the complaints don't come to the council. You council, every time there's a complaint, you appoint a board to hear these and set a hearing. Not you, because it might be your friend or your relative or one of you at the table, and it's really hard to judge each other, anybody, all of us.
And I think that was part of this last couple of terms where ethics were coming forward and they weren't being moved past the level of the
Yeah,
council.
so it's better to have a separate party hold the hearing, and you can appoint it each time, or you can appoint a set group. You know what I'm saying?
On what Rose is saying, just so the little bit of us that's left know, we had to practice this. We had, like it says in the Constitution, we have to police our own. We are responsible to hold each other accountable for an ethics violation. We had to remove one of our own for a violation of personal. Yeah, we had to remove our own. We had made recommendation to remove one of our own. One went through, and what Rose is saying, relatives, close friends, so it never went anywhere. And our colleagues didn't want to act on it. And like I always say, if not a majority of us agree, it goes nowhere. So I'm just giving these as examples of what she's saying, that we had a very hard learning when we first came in. Her and I were the ones that made the motions for the first time we coming in had to, it had been done before, but for us coming in, we had to remove our current president at that time. You know, everybody was hesitant to do it, but we did it. We removed our attorney general. We removed two of our own. And it's really hard to do because you catch flack from everybody on the outside listening because they're either friends or relatives, or some are in support of it and say, good, you guys are actually doing what you were elected to do. So this ethics is really important because come a time when ethics may be filed against one of you or one of us, you have to be prepared for that because your colleagues, have to make those decisions. If it's given to us and we have a hearing, or if it comes to our body and we have to make a decision, it's not easy because, you know, you're my friend and you're sitting here and you're my colleague and I'm going to have to remove you.
Well, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's why I'm asking is because like just hearing previous council, you know, wanting to be unified and calling each other we're family, and then to have something like this where that's, you can't impose ethics on your family. It literally says it in there. And so I think that was why I was asking that, but also because when we first started, there was, again, some unification talk about coming together as council and making sure we're unified. But when we have to police ourselves, I want to be very clear that we aren't a family, or you know what I mean? And so that's kind of where I'm trying to come from is when we're having these group discussions and having this, you know, bonding or whatever it is, that we know there's limitations or we know there's boundaries, I guess, to that. Thank you.
It's a part of accountability.
You guys have to police yourself because you guys were all elected by a body. You're all elected to abide by the ordinances, resolutions, and within there is that code of ethics. So if you see somebody that's, you know, before it gets to the point, you tell them, you know, I think you're bordering on usurping the authority of the president by going to this program and asking them this information or demanding this. You know, that's a violation. So that's why you guys police yourselves before it gets to that level, because you guys are colleagues. You know, and if you are a family member, you wouldn't let your family break a law. You would get after them. So that's the premise of here, is that you guys are supposed to police yourselves.
Linda, did you have your hand up?
Oh, it's okay.
Okay, Chris, and then Kathy.
Sorry, I stepped out. I had a community problem, but I fixed it. Anyways, I was listening in, and then I came in at the same time you were talking the first time on the air, so it's cool that you guys can do that. That's politics. And that's literally what this place room is turning into. You know, we know what we're standing up for, legislative duties. At the end of the day, whether it's taboo or not, whether we can talk about it or not, that's politics. You know, we're going to try to persuade you to be on my side, try to persuade you to do what I want to do. And that's the name of the game. Yeah, there's good and there's bad, exactly. But that's why we're all going through these things today. That's why we're going through ethics, to understand that, like you said, we're not family at the end of the day. Some of us probably are, but when it comes to sitting down in these offices, sitting down in these seats, and I said these whenever I was doing my little campaigning stuff, that this is a job. This is a job, and whatever we have personally out there, that's good. Keep it out there. But when we sit down, whenever we show up for our communities, for the people that elected us in, we have that duty to make those choices by our own, not to be persuaded by Ben or by Stanley, but to have the minds, the body, mind, and spirit to make those decisions on our own. And know that and at the end of the day,
code of ethics or fall within there somehow. So it says, it is hereby established the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Code of Ethics to cover the activities of members of council, including elected or appointed officers, tribal council, and the following violations. Any type of conduct or conflict of interest so designated by resolution or ordinance of the tribal council prior to the violation, willful neglect to make a complete disclosure of any action or attempt to represent themselves in business with a particular individual or entity, receipt of a kickback, bribe, or payment, neglect to make disclosure of any contribution of more than $100, conviction of a Class A offense of the Tribal Law and Order Code, blatant refusal to obey a valid instruction, resolution, or ordinance of the Tribal Council, more than 3 unexcused absences from duly called meetings of the Tribal Council. I think you guys can expand on that, because I do believe a representative during her first term had stated, we all know by Constitution we have 3 meetings each month. If you're gonna have anything, make your appointments any time within those days that aren't sitting on the council days. So you guys should always have 20 members sitting here. I do believe that a previous council rep also recommended, and I think they said they made the motion and pulled it, but he recommended that council get fined $300 for every meeting that they miss. Something to think about. Public disclosure of any matter compromising the confidentiality of any executive session. I don't know how you guys are going to control that, because it's always out there anyway. Failure to disqualify themselves when voting, from voting when the tribal council or any of its committees are considering any employment of a member, immediate family, including husband, wife, brother, sister, son, or daughter, mother, or father, or a contract between the tribe and their immediate family, any dealing that results in personal gain for themselves or their immediate family, acting on behalf of the tribal council or any of its committees without delegated authority. Any authority exercised by any member of the council shall be designated by collective decision of the council. So when the commission would ask me to come to a budget and finance meeting or meet with the tribal treasurer, I would tell them that I would entertain a motion for them to do so. So they would make the motion so that once we were no longer meeting, I could go and say on behalf of the budget and finance. I never went without a motion because I never wanted to be accused of acting outside of my role. Refusal or failure to uphold the oath of office. Lack of respect for Lakota tradition, heritage, and culture. Violation of this ordinance, misuse of tribal funds. Failure to disqualify themselves when voting on any issue directly affecting their employment or that of their immediate family. Being a party in a lawsuit against the Rosebud Sioux tribe, holding any place of employment or position that receives compensation for services of any kind with any entity, subdivision, or department of the Rosebud Sioux tribe while in office is a violation of this ordinance. And I know we were discussing council members that were getting per diem from Redco and TLE, is that correct? And they were also getting travel on the casino. I think that's something that you guys can discuss a little bit more, because that would fall under Q too. And then that section 11 gives the makeup of the commission. So this, it says a lifetime term, and then it was changed to 3-year terms. Consisting of 5 tribal members, generally known for their honesty, wisdom, and other Lakota valued, one of whom shall be appointed as chairman by the members, authorized to receive any complaints involving this ordinance, provided they are in writing and accompanied by documentation, directed to protect the integrity of the tribe as well as the due process of any individuals alleged to violate this ordinance, delegated to review written evidence of any any alleged violations of this ordinance, and to either recommend or not recommend to the tribal council that it hold a hearing involved in such alleged violation. Allowed to establish its own rules of procedure, provided it does not violate the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe or instructions, resolutions, and ordinance of the tribal council. So the penalties are the ones that you guys can impose under this, because you guys, there's only several listed. So I know there was some that said, what if you knowingly break a quorum? That's unethical. Well, it is unethical, but it's not in here and it's not in your tribal council rules of orders. But if you guys wanted to, that would be a governmental affairs issue. The tribal council shall penalize those whom they find quality in violation of this ordinance, and it shall impose one or more of the following penalties, provided it is in accordance with the Constitution and bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And these are the only 4 that you guys can impose. Forfeiture of office, removal from office or recall from office, exclusion from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe reservation or disqualification from again seeking office, tribal office, forfeiture of full or partial tribal per diem for any length of time during the term of office or appointment, and public censure. Any decisions regarding this ordinance are within the sole jurisdiction of the tribal council, and its decisions shall be final. So if an ethic comes up and you guys decide we're not going to do a hearing, it's your guys' decision. That's why we only reviewed and recommended. This ordinance hereby rescinds and supersedes any previous tribal ordinance of this nature. This ordinance may be amended or rescinded by at least 3/4 vote of the entire membership of the council at a regular or special meeting. So when we sent a letter to the tribal secretary saying we were ready to move this forward, we wanted to know with the council how we were going, and I do believe we asked council, you know, the process, what they were feeling. When we were going to move this forward, she didn't reply to us the first time. I think it was like in October. So we then sent a second letter November and sent in the previous memo saying, we sent this at this time, you gave 2 conflicting dates, we still need to meet. So when you're sitting on these committees, you do really have to understand the importance of the job that's delegated to you within this, because it isn't easy. You're looking at your elected government officials and trying to determine with what's in front of you if there is a violation. You know, and so you have to be forthright, you have to be assertive, and you have to know your resolutions and your constitution. So when you guys are looking for members and you guys, you know, get the opportunity to ask questions, ask the hard questions. Are we going to be family, or are we going to be council members voted in by people to make this decision? You know, and at the end of the day, you're not family, like you said. You're here to represent the people. You're here to do a job, and it's not an easy job. And neither is this committee. It's not easy.
Kathy, go ahead.
I waited for my question.
Lori was done with what she's saying. This is some, before you all leave, this is a question that was sent to me. My phone was dead and it finished charging. I was asked to ask, when can the tribal president call a motion out of order that's already been acted on? The same day, 2 weeks later, a month later?
It has to be right away. You can't do it after a vote. It's after the vote, it's done.
Okay, thank you.
And another thing is that the Governmental Affairs Committee, I don't remember who all is on there right now, but they've been working, they started working on the ethics ordinance. That's one of the things that they've been working on. So what I plan to do for the committees that I work with, I'm getting the minutes from January up to present so that they can read back and review what they had, what the committee worked on. That way they can move forward. But Governmental Affairs is working on the ethics.
Are you on government?
Huh?
Are you on government?
I'm the secretary for.
Okay. Because I'm on there, send those. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we only had one meeting.
Are we done?
Are we done with me? So again, I want to thank you guys because it has been an honor to be able to present and
And can we come bother you?
impart some of the knowledge. And the women that I worked with, including Phil, it was just awesome, our conversations. I mean, they really